Very good morning to all of you. This is Amarendra Perera from Central Institute of Education and Technology, NCERT, New Delhi. And me, Ravi from EON agency. And here I'm joined with all the team members, including Mr. Adi and Mr. Aryan, uh, and my respected faculty from NI and CIT, those who are sitting in this ICT lab and distinguished colleagues, national awardee teachers, and colleagues from different universities, including I could see Dr. Biju from Central University of Tamil Nadu, I think, and other colleagues from different institutes. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the day two orientation on the year 20, which is being organized as part of the program jointly as part of the program and MOU signed with the EON. And I once again welcome the source team who will be providing training and also welcome all of you, including our NCERT, NI, and CIT colleagues here, and all the national level teachers and faculty members from different universities. So happy learning to all of you, and Shri sir, over to you, Naveen.
Thank
Please
you.
go ahead.
Thank you. Uh, Good morning, and I also welcome those who did not join the session, could not join the session, yes, but they joined. They got from the group that yes, very interesting. Even if they could, and I with that, I said definitely uh, it- and to highlight what today the welcome them to the use community uh, to a very high level. What we covered and more what today. So, yesterday was a very good session. It's, going very good because a lot of you very good and you were excited and keen, with the technology and the digital communication. So that hearing many of you came out and you. Uh, so that was yesterday. But today we will go through so that is what the overview of today. I will touch through detailed instruction so that you can do that on your own. Hopefully, if you're able to stay whole day in this session, you would be in a position, the end of it, to be able to get started and create some content and have some interesting experience. I know some of you are still facing this disconnect Aryan so that it is not able to connect or having a problem will be there. But more today, you go through it, and if you do find situation where you're not able to connect for whatever reason, and no worries, the you focus on the demo and the note, uh, will do you to connect. So let me uh, also say about from today, we'll talk about tools and how to use different features. Again, today cannot cover all the features which have been accumulated in this technology over the last years. But enough to get you started and start contributing. Not an expert, and for that, after today, you will be working on this thing, and in the days after we we will give you this opportunity, some space and we review the work you have done and for questions that would come to your mind, both in terms of the tools, functions, features, in terms of how to use it. So this is it's not one day you can create a perfect content like any teacher with experience would be able to create better content. Journey you will and then do more with it. So that that's the journey I have been working with this, not just and communicating this technology. Also, I'm a teacher, professor of practice AI with very God, very God, so for 8 years, I've been using, and I feel like I haven't used this feature, or I have to do more with this and interest projections with the development. Uh, you like and oh, features are important, but more important is your creativity, your content, how you are thinking for the student which you create the release. And your student, you can even bring teacher to teacher, from a city to a village. And all that, as I mentioned yesterday, I think the development of some of them here were not there. I would start with the word with the tool and students. Was somebody says in Indian context, the teacher cartoon है break or कैसे teachers told you can
Recording in progress.
what you would do in a classroom, use some book, you use board or a white, show some object, and each teacher uses his or her creativity. Some of them can arrange a video of YouTube, and you mix around. And likewise, here you would do the same and more and create line content that allows to learn immerse where they don't just feel theory by doing it. You can be immersed in whatever topic. It can be hard skills like art or human body, or it can be soft. If you're trying to teach a language, how do you teach a language? Talk to speak somebody Hindi, Tamil, all that immersive way of learning. And that's why I said that if you're expressing it using this tool, make it whatever you want, it can be at your. And then comes the student. The student also is learning from getting immersive, and at the same time, there's an AI watching that student, assesses whether he's doing right or wrong, in, and also guides how to do right, helps him train better time. Sometimes ask questions at the student's level, basic, advanced student, or talented accordingly, adjust new teaching, additional teaching, etc., and that he may or she may do at home, both content, the laboratory, or whatever you mention, as well as the teacher, which is AI, gets tired, doesn't anything like sometimes. You know, it's very question, people buy our Bible. Yes, just to student, and I come from in India, in a remote part of Pakistan, whatever. And I live with people that are in the forever. I think make it interesting. Everybody gives them. I think times I think Gurukul. In Gurukul, the teaching was by doing it. You have to go to Gurukul and do things in order to learn. Who was watching? In a watchful by friend, or she was sent to the Gurukul. So the a Gurukul in the new world, in a AI as a canon, continuously watching personalized you. So I hope some of you explains what the tool is. The immersion or by doing it the on SAR tool, extended reality tool, and I will be taking you through. And AI, the guru, is watching and he would show how AI helps students learn content. So I hope all of you, I think people in front of me, I hope that is clear and once whatever you missed yesterday, hopefully you will be able to catch up. So both as a recap of yesterday, well, the tool is very clear. We should expect what tool does and what does not. It's it's a technology. but it's a very powerful technology in the hands of teacher and in the hands of student. And there's a symbiotic relationship between teacher and student. That's why many people think that AI is replacing teachers. No, it's just raising the bit to a higher level. I think first time, at least I experienced as a teacher, it's a great symbiotic relationship, and each has created as a put his stamp. In fact, one of the things which you you started sizing your avatars, but yeah, like one day it will happen that it will be looking so that AI technologies we are working with are in that direction where that teacher would be you. It will look exactly like you and as well have all the knowledge you as a teacher have in the hands of the student. With that, I hope we have a great session today. I hope this communication online as well as in person works out the best. And wish for and along the way we will have such interjections Q&A. Our goal is that we fully get a thorough understanding and start creating the content. So feel free. If you have any questions, and in fact, not only you might want to ask questions, but we will have a special Q&A the right time, middle of it, at the end of it, so that we all take this journey in a purposeful fashion. So with that, thank you very much, and thank you for again joining today. Over to Ali.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us in the second session, right, of learning how to use EON Excel, also specifically AI daily learning and teaching, right? And I believe we have some new participants who joined us today, right? But that being said, I will definitely try to do a recap on what happened yesterday, which maybe upcoming. So those who have just joined us today, not to worry, right? We will definitely bring you up to speed with some of the features that has been shared yesterday. So for today, we'll be focusing on something else, right? Slightly more different from yesterday. Ultimately, we aim to build immersive lessons for our students by using AI, by using vectors, which is to show now. Okay, I'm taking you back to EON XR institution here. Okay, now let's go back to create option. And yesterday we went into course catalog and we explored the features such as AI ready or train AI, in which I mentioned that you can put a prompt and you can start creating lessons. But today, instead of going into course catalog, right? Oops, apologies. Instead of going into course catalog, right? Let's go into experience here. All right. So there is an option here which says experience, and you have a couple of options here, right? 3D assets, 360, or import from Sketchfab. Now, apart from just using 3D assets to build your lessons, all right, we also support 360 lessons as well. For example, if you're doing some lessons on social studies or tourism, right, or even geographical, related lessons, you can use 360 assets. Maybe you may already have some 360 images of a popular landmark. You can import it and build a lesson out of it. But for today, we will first focus on 3D assets. But once you select 3D assets, you will be able to see a whole list of 3D assets here, right? So just give me 1 second. Uh, okay. Uh, I'm sorry. I think someone might have annotated on the Zoom meeting, but I'll see if I can remove the annotations. Hmm. Okay. Okay, great. You're not seeing the yellow lines anymore, so that's good. All right. Now, once I go into create tree experience and I selected 3D assets, all right, it has taken me to this specific page, right? Where I am able to browse the list of 3D assets that has been made available in our library, right? And all these 3D assets that we are seeing here are free for your consumption, all right? So if you are worried about the ownership and all, not to be too concerned on that, right? It is made available for our usage. And let's just say, all right, I'm looking for a specific model, but I can't find it in our own EON XR library. So this is where we have the option called import from Sketchfab, right? So at the top, you can see import from Sketchfab. When you select import from Sketchfab, and for some users who are familiar with 3D models and all, right, Sketchfab is a very popular library you can find for 3D assets. So you can search for a specific 3D model right here. Now, yeah, so it will require to log in, right, to Sketchfab library. It's okay, you can ignore that for now, right, because within EON XR library, we have a whole list of 3D assets. But okay, so for Sketchfab library, right, you just need to sign up as a free user, right? So as a free user, you will be able to log in and you will be able to access the assets. But for now, let's come back, right? No need to go into Sketchfab yet, right? It's not really important. Okay, what if I want to import my own 3D model? Is it possible? Yes, you can, all right? You see there's an option here called import asset. So in any case, all right, you have looked for 3D models from external resources, you can also import. But now let's make do with what we already have in our library. In the search bar here, search for any 3D asset, right? Anything that is related to your preferred topic. For example, you can search for, well, you can follow the same search word as mine. I'm searching for Toyota engine, right? So if you search for Toyota engine, you will get some engine models here. Or alternatively, you can just search for Honda engine, and it might also show you. All right, so you can look for, right, any list of any type of 3D asset. Okay, just okay. So for example, you search for engine, right? It will show you a list of engine models that we have in our library. But if you want to look for something that is more medical related, then you can just search for, let's say, human heart, right? And you'll get a list of human heart models. So it really depends on the type of lesson that you would like to create. So first we pick a 3D model, and then we will create a lesson out of the 3D asset. So let me search for something that is engine related. Okay, so for me, I'm specifically picking this model. So once you've selected your preferred model, take you to this experience setup page. Now, can multiple users select the same 3D asset? Yes, absolutely, it's possible, all right? Doesn't matter, all of us can even pick the same model, but ultimately all of us have our own individual lessons. So set lessons be, all right, individual lessons, although it's the same model. Now, this is where we are going to set up our lesson name, all right? So set a lesson title. I will keep my lesson very simple, all right, because I mean, we are here to learn the capabilities of the platform more than just you know building a actual lesson. But you can put your lesson title as per your preference. I'll just leave it as introduction to Toyota 2JZ CTE engine. Okay. Now you have to select a level, right? So select NCERT, right, and put it in the right parent and child category. So you will see NCERT courses, right? Ensure that your level and parent category is in NCERT, and then choose your lesson category accordingly. All right. If you're not able to find a suitable lesson category, not to worry, we can fix that afterwards. For now, you can just put it in category. So you can put it in any category, and then you can put some text. All right, text is just like social media hashtags. Students search using a specific keyword, you'll be able to locate the lesson. Now, this is where we are going to type the lesson objective. So every lesson comes with a learning objective. So you can put your lesson objective here. I'll keep mine very simple. By the end of these lessons, students will learn the basic components of a Toyota engine. Okay, so mine is a very simple prompt. Lesson objective, which I am placing right onto my lesson here. And then you just got to select build experience. Now, once you select build experience, right, hands-free, the application will automatically start the lesson in editor mode. Yeah. Okay, so we will be seeing the lesson in editor mode like this. All right, so let's do a quick recap, right? Let's repeat the process so that way we will know how to get to the page. Now, once you have logged into NCERT institution, okay, top right, select create. So once we select create, right, we have experience, right? So select experience and then select 3D assets. Okay, now once we have selected 3D asset, search for any specific model that you would like to create your lesson on. Okay, it could be on anything, right? Any topic. Try to find for a model. For example, you are looking for a conductor. Okay, you will get a list of 3D assets that's related to conductors. Or if you look for plants, all right, then you will be able to see a list of 3D assets which are plants. Like for example, here you see a single peony flower. All right, there's a cactus. No. Now, once you have selected your preferred model, click on the asset. All right, click on the specific thumbnail, and then this is where you need to fill up some details here. Right. First and foremost, the lesson title. Okay. Rename, because by default the lesson title here will be the name of the model. That should not be the lesson name, right? Model name should differ from your lesson name. Replace the lesson title. Level, click on level, the drop down, click on NCERT. And then parent category, NCERT courses. Lesson category, pick any specific category that you see now. If you are not able to find any suitable category, not to worry. We will fix this later, right? This is not important now. Just put it in any category. And then insert your lesson objective into this box here. What you want your students to achieve by the end of the lesson, right? So you can put, like for my case, I have put a lesson objective whereby by the end of the lesson, students will be able to identify the various components of a Toyota engine. So that's my learning objective. So you can also design your learning objective by how you want your lesson to be. Okay, and then once you select build experience, it will automatically take you to this page, right? The desktop application will open up and you will be able to see the model here. Now, I highly recommend, right, you when you're using any lessons, whether is it the AI version or this XR version, always have a mouse with you. That will be easier for you to navigate around the lesson. Okay. Now, I have my 3D asset of a Toyota engine right here. Okay, so let's explore the basic features first before we go into the actual lesson creation. Now, on the left hand part of the screen, okay, you have this very first icon, which says toggle the display of annotations. If you click on this, you will see some annotations which already exist on the model. Some of us may not be able to see annotations. Some may have annotations. Some annotations may be accurate. Some may not be accurate. Okay, but don't worry, we will definitely go through, right, the part where how to make adjustments to the annotations. Now, I was lucky because this model which I chose for my lesson is, yeah, for some models there may be just one single annotation. There could be many like mine. There could be none, right? No problem, right? These annotations doesn't mean, okay, basically what are these annotations? The original 3D artist who created this model using other platforms like Blender or whatever, he might have already annotated the model. So when he was imported into the platform, the annotations, right? This is the annotations that which you are seeing on the lesson, right? Which was created by the 3D model creator. So if he's not a subject matter expert, if he just designed a 3D model based on image references, you may not see annotations like this. Like for me, it is quite clear: dipstick, intake manifold, cylinder block, and etc. For some, it might be just it could be 001, 002. So it could be just object one, object two, object three. It could be totally irrelevant. Okay, but this is where we will need the subject matter experts, all right, your good selves, to intervene and make corrections to the annotations. Number one, yeah, yes, we are going to do that together now, all right. So first, let's take a look at how I can delete all the annotations that are there by default, right? Top right, three dots. Okay, you see the three dots here, and then you see annotation options. Under the annotation options, you will see an option called delete all annotations, right? Select delete all annotations and you can select all. Okay. Top right, three dots, annotation options, delete all annotations and select all. So that way it will clear up all the annotations. Okay. So let's just take a 2 minute pause. All right. I'll just walk around to ensure that, all right, you guys are following. Okay. Yep. So, thank you for waiting. Right. So I see most of us here now have managed to go into the lesson editor mode. Okay. So a quick recap, right? Based on the default 3D model. Okay. First, on the left hand part of the screen, select the first icon where you'll be able to take a look at if the model has any existing annotations. All right. If there are some annotations but you don't like it, you want to make any changes to it, I would suggest top right three dots, annotation options, delete all annotations and select all, right? So that way all the annotations will be cleared. Now, what if, right? I don't want to delete all the annotations. I just want to delete one or two annotations, all right? Then, for example, you see this annotation called oil pen, right? I have an annotation here, which is called as oil pen. Click on the annotation. You will see a delete option next to individual annotations. All right. So this way you can just delete only one specific annotation without affecting the rest. Okay. But now what if I don't want to delete any annotations? I just want to maybe readjust the positioning of the annotation, right? Can I do that? Yes, you can, right? So click on any specific annotation. For an example, I have intake manifold right here. So click on the annotation, okay? You see there is a option here, the center icon, like a four little arrows, right? This is a position icon. Click on it, and then now you can drag this blue icon here to reposition the specific annotation. Clear? You want to reverse back. Unfortunately, there's no undo option. Yeah. So if you have deleted all annotations, then I would suggest go back to the asset library, look for the model, recreate the lesson. Yeah. So that's why before you delete, you have to first take a look at the annotations, then decide whether do you want to delete all, delete just one, or readjust the position. Okay. Now, uh, so, but I'll take that as a feedback. I'll take that as a feedback. Redo and undo. Understood. Yeah. So one question was for the guys who are joining us online, right? At the moment, if you were to delete all annotations, there is no undo button, right? But we will take it as a feedback. So thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Okay. So we have why I'm spending significant time with this annotation part is that this is not the interesting part yet, but it's very important because every student, once they go into the lesson, the first thing they will see is the annotations on the model. So it's very important, all right, to be very accurate because students need to know, right? For example, a human lungs, where is the right atrium, where is the left atrium, right? Okay. So now, okay, let me take 1 minute to also monitor some of the questions on the online chat box here. All right. Okay, yes. So very quickly, all right. Someone has asked with regards to the content, right? Created is it copyright free? Yes, absolutely. All right. So you don't have to be worried on that. And then as you realign on the 3D asset, it's not as you realign on movement of the 3D asset, position is not realigning. Uh, Okay, I'm not so sure if I got your question right, right? But the question is, as you realign on movement of the 3D asset, position is not aligning again. Okay, I'm not so sure, right? What do you mean by that? But here's the thing, right? Now, let's say, right? I hope I got it. I got your question right. If you are referring to readjusting the position of the existing annotations, all right? Example, now I take a look at this intake manifold. This is one annotation, right? If I want to delete, then I can just delete this annotation. But if I want to realign, just click on it, click on the center icon here, the four little arrows, and then grab this position icon here, this blue icon, right, and place it wherever you want the annotation to be repositioned. Right. So that's how you can position existing annotation. Okay. So now we have learned how to delete all annotations, delete one annotations and reposition, all right, existing annotation. But what if I feel that, okay, actually this guy who have done the 3D model, his annotations are okay, but I just need to maybe make some changes to the spelling. maybe there could be some typographical errors, right? And click on the annotation, any annotation, you see there's a pencil icon, right? Just next to, or on the annotation itself. Click on the little pencil, you can edit the annotations, the name of the annotation, right? Click on any annotation, you see the little pencil, click on the pencil, you will be able to edit the annotation. Okay, right? Now, one last thing that I want to show is how to add more annotations. If you want to add new annotations, very simple. Just right click on any part of the model. Okay, when you right click, you see there's a plus icon now. Click on add annotations and you can start typing your new annotation. Okay, once again, right click, add annotation and start typing, right? The annotation name. So this is where, right, subject matter experts will know better than the 3D artist himself, all right, who created the model. Okay, so far so good, right? So we have understood how to play around with the annotations. Now, for aesthetic reasons, right? If you feel that okay, the annotations, for example, my model is dark gray or black, my annotations may not reflect well, may not stand out well when students are viewing the lesson, right? Top right, three dots, okay? You have experience settings, right? So top right, three dots, experience settings. Firstly, the lesson background color, right? You can make changes to the background color. So the very first option, right? You can change it to blue, green, like even add a custom color if you want to. And then you have annotation colors. So by selecting annotation colors, right, you can change the fill color, border color. All this is something you can customize afterwards, right? We don't need to spend too much of time on that now, but it's good information, all right, for you to know that you can, right, make some changes to the look of the annotations and also the background color of the lesson. Okay, now let's come back to the left hand part of the screen. So first part is the first icon shows you the annotations. Now let's move down to the third icon, right? You see three arrows there like a Mercedes Benz. If you click on that icon, your model will explode. Okay, but now will all models explode? No, right? So in order for the models to explode, it must be a multi-mesh. If it's a single mesh model, it will not explode. So basically, in layman's term, multi-mesh is like this. The 3D artist has taken various parts to build one lesson. Okay, but if it's not a multi-mesh model like this, it will not explode. All right. So can you use EON platform to modify a model to convert a single mesh to multi-mesh? No, you can't do that. All right. So you need to still use external tools to make any modification to 3D models. So this way you can explode. And even now, if I were to turn on the annotations, right? So it'll be much more clearer, right? So instead of adding the annotation while the model is like this, you can explode and then you can start, if you want to, you can start taking a look at the annotations to see if they are accurate and whatnot. Okay. And then there is a transparency view, right? So there's the fourth icon. You can see if you click on this, it's a transparency view. If the model has some internal parts, all right, any specific components within the model, you will be able to view it in this transparency view. And lastly, all right, there is an animation option, all right? So if you click on this, you will be able to see animation on the model. And at the same time, if I were to enable the transparency view, you can see animation, right? If there's any internal animation. Now, will all models come with animation? No. All right. Also, that too depends whether the 3D artists have added any animation, right? Now, what if you have chosen a model and you feel that I want to add some animation, all right? Within EON platform, you can't do that, but you can still use external tools. Now, these 3D assets which you are using, they are all EON's property. Okay? So these 3D assets belongs to EON Reality. So can I export this model out of the platform and then use any software to do any modification? Just put a request to us and we will be able to assist you with the exportation of the model, right? You won't be able to export it yourself. So these are your own property, but we will be able to support you, no problem. Okay, so I was lucky that this model which I chose comes with a lot of features. It has some good annotations, it's explodable, it is animated, right? But later or tomorrow, next week, when you have the time, start playing with the platform, the more models, the more lessons you create and explore. That way you will know which models are good for your lesson creation. Okay. So now these are all just the basic, all right, the basics of creating a 3D lessons. Any questions? Okay, right. Got it. Ma'am, I think you have questions. Okay, the fourth option here, this is to view the model in transparency view, right? So for this lesson here, right, there are some internal parts within the model. So if you see when I play the animation, and then when I turn on the transparency view, you can see there's some animation within the model. Some models, even if you toggle the transparency view, it may not make difference, right? So it really goes back to the selection of right. Now let's come back, all right, to the annotation. We have one question about adding annotations. Very simple. Just right click on any part of the model. So you just select right click, all right. You can select the plus icon and add annotation. Okay. So type whatever the name or the label, label the part and then select the tick. Okay. If you want to delete all annotations, top right, three dots, annotation options, delete all annotations, right? Okay, and then you select all. Now, what if I have picked a model where I have added 1,000 over annotations? Then you can add unlimited annotations, but it's going to look like a spider web. It's going to be very messy, right? So one way, all right, to fix the positioning of the annotation is at the top right, three dots, annotation options. There's an option called radial annotation, right? So select radial annotation. That way, the application will try to, right, adjust the annotations in a position where it looks neat and it doesn't look like a mess, right? So that's for the annotations, all right? Okay, so let's move on. So whatever we have shown you now is still the boring part because it's about understanding how to add annotations, how to explore, unexplore the model, etc. Now the most important part is adding the knowledge. So as you can see, okay, so I'm using my mouse, right? So I'm using my mouse, just click on the screen and you can toggle. Okay. Yeah. So I highly recommend to have a mouse when you're using a platform. That way it's easier for you. But if you have joined us yesterday, then I've also shown you how a lesson would look like on your mobile device. Mobile device is very straightforward. You just got to use your finger to toggle and navigate around the lesson. But for computers, then this would be this option. You can still use your mouse pad, right? Just click and then see, I'm now using my mouse pad. I'm not even using my mouse, right? So you toggle around the entire model. But um, I mean, it's personal preference, right? For me, I just prefer to use my mouse because I can be quite clumsy with my mouse pad. Okay, now let's go to the most important part here: adding the knowledge purpose to the lesson. Okay, what you want your students to see. First, let's understand what are the list of activities you can add to the students. Bottom right, plus icon, right? You see the plus icon, you will see a list of activities which you can add into the lesson, right? So there is audio, video, something called identify. So you might be wondering, what is this identify? What is this locate, quiz, and etc. Right? So we will go through step by step, okay, on what every functionality here, right, will serve its purpose in the lesson. So first activity which we are going to add is an audio activity. So once you click on audio, you have three different options. Okay, so let's first take a look at the very first option is to record your own voice. So basically, in your lesson, when students go into the activity log, they will play and listen to what Sage says, all right? So you can record your own voice, just select the record option, okay? And I'll just keep my recording very simple. If you want, you can try it out on your end. Okay, record. Hi students, in this lesson, we will be learning the basic understanding of a Toyota 2AZ engine. Okay, so this is like a welcome message done for students. And if you can see, there is an option, there's a message which says audio will be transcribed once you press save. So later on, the students will be listening to your voice at the same time also reading some closed caption which the system has already transcribed to your students. All right. Now, you see at the top here, right? this is the title of this specific activity. By default, the activity title will be the name of the lesson, but please change the activity title accordingly, right? Something that is related, right? So for this, I will call it as lesson intro, okay? And then you can select save. Now, before I select save, you see there's option here which shows English US, right? Now, I just used the speech to text function, but why is there a language option here? This is for the transcript, all right? So if I have recorded my message using speech to text, and if I choose English, then later the application will transcribe it into English. But if I recorded something in Hindi, right, I need to choose Hindi. If I recorded something in Tamil, then I have to choose Tamil. Then the transcript will be in accordance to your language which you have recorded. Okay, so you can select save, right? Okay, if you have recorded in English, okay, it will not do translation for you. Yeah, it won't do translation, but what it will do is it will do a transliteration. So meaning to say, I record something in English, like I say, hi students, welcome to our class on introduction to Toyota engine. And then if I have chosen Hindi as a transcript, so it'll be transliterated. So meaning you'll be in Hindi, but literally in English. Hi students, so it's like it won't be a translation, but it'll be a transliteration, right? So it's like spelling good afternoon in Hindi. So not exactly, namaste, but it be good afternoon, but that's how transcript works. So the best way to do it is to match the language of your speech versus, right, the transcript or the chosen language for your transcript. Okay, now plus icon. Let's go back to audio again because we have two more, all right, sub features in just under this audio feature. Let's go to text to speech. Now, text to speech is where you don't have to record your own voice. Instead, right, you type your message for your students. For example, you have a specific message about the lesson, or even you can start, putting in a module notes or whatever. You can type your message here. While I may not have too much of information with me, and I, interest of time, I'll just quickly grab some stuff from Google. Okay, so as you can see, I have grab some information from Google. So if you want to, you can either grab your own information or you can type directly your message here, right? What is the message that you want to for your lesson, right? And then change your activity title. So for example, I'm changing this to explanation of Toyota 2JZ engine. Okay, now this is text to speech. So students will read, but at the same time, right, you can choose, all right, the computer to read out text to your student, right? So there is like a computerized agent. Because I've typed in English, then rightfully I should select English here. If you're typing in Hindi, then choose Hindi language as your voice output. Okay, so there's a lot of so if you select Hindi, right, then you will see there's you'll be able to choose the voice output whether masculine or feminine. If you're typing in Gujarati, Marathi, or Tamil, then just choose the correct voice output. What if I type in English but I chose Hindi, right? Then there might be a mismatch with the voice output, right? It'll be just like, or if for example I typed in English but I chose a German voice output, then the accent would be like as if a German guy who's reading out the text. But I'll leave this up to you. Maybe if you like, right, the transcriptor to read out your text in a different accent, like a local accent, it's perfectly fine, right? It's up to you. It's you. You are the designer. Just for English alone, you can see I have a lot of options. Maybe Joey, Joanna, Justin, Kimberly, Matthew. Okay, the speed of the voice output, right? How slow, fast, medium speed you want, all right? This for me, in my case, I'm choosing Matthew US accent. But if this is a lesson I'm doing in Singapore, then I have to obviously choose UK accent, right? Because we use British English in Singapore. So it's really up to you, right? You are the lesson designer, right? You know best. Now I'm going to select save. Now, as part of the audio feature, one last activity which you can add is MP3 files, because I see, especially in NCRT online portal, you already have a lot of existing content, right? Media, rich media, content like MP3 audio files for your students. You can just directly select upload, drop your file here, pick from your local drive. I'm sure you will have it in your local drive. I do not have anything that's related to the topic, so I'll skip this part. Okay, so you can also upload. So just guys, take a look here. With the audio function alone, you have three different options: speech to text, text to speech, existing uploading of media MP3 files. All right, this is just for the media alone. How many activities you can add? There's no limit to the number of activities which you can add. You can add your files in the 10, which four could be speech to text, three could be text to speech, and maybe a couple of them could be existing media MP3 files which are included into the lesson. Now, bottom right plus icon. Let's take a look at the next activity. Okay, you can also add video activity, right? So video activity, three different options here. Let's first take a look at YouTube option. Now, if you have some video that you may already have it in your own YouTube channel, or you have it in, or you found it in some other, for example, maybe Simply Learn YouTube channel has a lot of sources. NCRT, of course, as we are saying, right? Select YouTube URL, okay, and you can embed your link here. All right, you can embed your link here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into YouTube. Okay, so let me look for a video here. Right, so it's very easy, guys. What you got to do is just yeah, because that's why this is a manual lesson. You are the one adding these videos, so you should be adding videos which are contextualized, isn't it? This is not AI generated, so there's no way that the content in this lesson creation will go wrong, because we are the one adding the knowledge portals. So if in the end the video and our lesson doesn't match, it goes back to the lesson creator, because I'm the one who's going to embed this video. Yeah. Okay. So I have a video here that talks about why 2JZ engines are extremely overpowered. Okay. So okay, now I'll just directly grab the link. I don't want to wait till the advertisement is over. Yeah, so for example, you find a video on YouTube, select share, copy the link, okay, and you can embed it here in your lesson, right? So once you embed the YouTube link to the lesson, later students will be able to watch video directly within the lesson. It will not take them to an external browser, right? So all these activities which you are adding will be on within a single lesson. Okay. Remember, lesson title, do rename the lesson title accordingly. Okay, I will just copy as per. Okay, right? So I have added one YouTube video here. Now, can I add more than one YouTube video? Absolutely possible. Now, any activities that we are going to add here, right, for the next 1 hour or so, just remember that it can be unlimited. So let's go back to video. Now, we have already seen how to add YouTube video. But what if I have my video in Dropbox or Google, Google Drive, OneDrive, SharePoint, right? What you can do is you can embed a remote URL here. It doesn't have to necessarily be always a YouTube video. It can also be a video from your cloud resources. But only prerequisite is that the videos which are going to embed, for example, from your OneDrive, those videos have to be made visible for public viewing, right? It can't be a private video, otherwise the application will not be able to video. And lastly, uploading of existing MP4 files. All right, if you already have a list of videos in your library, right, all you got to do is just grab here, select upload into the lesson. Okay, so that is for adding video activities into your lesson here. Any questions? All good? Okay, and for those who are joining us online, if it's not convenient for you to unmute and ask any questions, just feel free to in chat box, and I will address them as well. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you can't take selected parts from YouTube. You have to take from, yeah, you will have to yeah, embed. Understood. Yeah, but at the present moment, understood. Understood. Yeah. Good point that you have raised, right? Let's see if I can. I will definitely take this as a feedback with our team, right, and see how we can implement it where you have an option to start from specific seconds or minutes or seconds. I think that's what you want, right? Yeah. I don't see a reason why it can't be done. So thank you so much. Well, yes, ma'am. Absolutely. That's correct. So once you've embedded, later we will show you the lesson in play mode. All right. So in play mode, you will see how the lesson, there'll be multiple choice. It's either you just view it as in one corner, like thumbnail, right? Or you watch it in full screen. The closed caption of the video will also follow together to your lesson. So you don't have to do it. Yes, sir. Okay. Very good point. Yeah. So okay, so for the videos, we are quite clear, huh? Right? So for the video part, we understand that you can embed YouTube. Okay, so don't have to worry about proprietary content in terms of YouTube. Why? Is because, right, beyond reality we have. So yesterday, right, Lalit and I, we kept emphasizing that beyond reality works with various technology partners, right, to build these lessons. One of it is of course YouTube, and we have a partnership with them, an official partnership, right, and that is why we are allowed to embed their videos into our lesson. Yes, Arya, you just take a look at MCPC, yeah. Just okay. Now I've added two audio activities. Let's just revisit the audio activity. I have one is a speech to text and one is a text to speech. Let's just select any one of the audio activity, right? And you see, I have, if I go into editor mode, I have an option as audio activity or intro audio, right? Among 10 or 20 audio activities that we add, you can select one of it to be an intro audio. Intro audio means while the lesson is being loaded, they will already receive an automated introduction based on the message. So you could put an introduction like, hi students, today we will be entering the lesson of etc. etc. So one of it, only one can be intro activity. Yeah, you can have more than one introduction, right? So that is the purpose of audio intro activity. So very good point. You raised. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So let's move on. Okay. Next, we see identify. Right? So very quickly, just to give you an overview, identify is a gamification type of assessment. All right, asking students to identify a certain part. And then there is locate. Locate is also locating a specific part. But this identify and locate, right? Let's KIV these features for a while. We'll just reserve it for a second. We will revisit this afterwards, right? So later I will tell you why, right? What's the difference between this identify and locate? Okay, so let's jump to quiz, right? Multiple choice quizzes. Okay. For today, we will just focus on creating our own quiz, the import from CSV. We can import it for the moment. Okay. So let's go to create. Once you go to create, all right, by default, you will see, all right, a question and there's four options of answers, which has already been generated by the system. How did the application generate this? Based on the annotations that are found in the model or whatever, right? That's why the AI, we have a bit of a, I would say there's a 15% of AI integration in this as well. Later I'll show you why. Okay. So maybe based on that, the application has generated an example of question answer, but you can edit this question and answers accordingly, right? But for my case, I'll just leave it as it is, right? You can change the question, change the answer, and select the correct answer from here. Okay, so next to the answers, you can see there's a little box, right? This is the correct answer. But what if this MCQ is a, what do you call it, a multiple answer question? Then change the type from single answer to multiple answers. Okay, single answer change to multiple answer. That way now you can select more than one correct answer. Okay, so you can select more than one correct answer, but I'll just stick to single answer. And you can set a time limit for your students. How long, within what time frame they should complete this specific activity. 30 seconds all the way up to 4 minutes, right? 240 seconds, yes. 4 minutes. Okay. So this is also something we leave it up to you. So you can remember to change the activity name, right? Activity name, I'll keep mine very simple. I'll just call this as quiz time. Okay. You select. So you can still continue to add multiple, right, quizzes. You can have 10 to 15 type of quizzes if you want to. Okay. But how will the order be afterwards? Later, I'll also show you how you can adjust the sequential order, because sometimes, pedagogy experts, you have a certain type of style in terms of delivering lessons. Maybe you want your students to first listen to an audio, watch a video, perform one quiz, then watch one video, another quiz, and then maybe listen to two audio. So later, we will be guiding you on how you can set the sequential order of these activities. Okay. So let's move on. The next part is something called 3D recording. Okay. So 3D recording is interesting, but I will need your attention here because requires a bit of practice on your end for you to fully understand how to go about with 3D recording. Because once you understand how this 3D recording works, it's going to become very interesting for you, right? Now, once I select the record button, okay, in this 3D recording, this is slightly different from the video recording. How is it different? This 3D recording, as I record, okay, I will be speaking, right? And I will be toggling around the model. I might be dissecting the model, I might rotate the model, turn on, turn off the animations, turn on the animation, and etc. while I am recording. And what will happen when students play back? They will listen and watch exactly what I was doing, right? So in simple terms, I can say partially it's more like a screen recording, right? Students don't just listen to what, because in the previous audio recording, students are only listening to my voice, but they will be playing around with the model. But this time, no, they will exactly, right, watch what I was doing. That is one part of 3D recording. There's a second part, but I'll come back to it afterwards, all right? So first, let's take a look at how I'm doing this, right? So once I start the record button, okay, hi students, today we are going to learn about the various parts of this Toyota engine. So first, let's take a look at the annotations. So once you turn on the annotations, you'll be able to identify the various components, right? So let's explode the model, and now you can see it takes about 12 parts to fuel a Toyota engine model. And let's take a look at how the motion of the engine works, right? So enable transparency view, and you'll be able to see the animation of this engine. Okay, so if you notice, while I was recording, I was turning on the annotations, I enabled the animation, I exploded. So this is what my students will be watching afterwards, right? So this is what we call 3D recording. So you can put a lesson title. Um, I will just put this watch 3D. Okay, so I'll just keep it very simple and I'll select save. Okay, so later, as I mentioned, students playback, they will watch exactly what I was doing. But now, like I said, there are two parts to 3D recording. One is the 3D recording, one is the 3D recording plus assessment. What is 3D recording plus assessment? Students first listen and watch what exactly I was doing. Then they need to repeat exactly what I simulated during the 3D recording. Meaning to say, if I did some assembling and disassembling of the model during the 3D recording, right? I can enable a feature where my students will have to repeat the steps after me. Okay, so this will be very beneficial for some of our faculty members who may want to teach your students on some simulation practice. So let's take a look at this now. I'm going back to the 3D recording once again. Okay, yeah, they will be able to see you changing the options of the site icons, right? Yes, they'll be seeing that during the 3D recording. That's correct. Okay, so now I'm going to do a 3D recording once again, but this time round, right? A 3D recording that will be more suitable for an assessment. All right. Okay, so let me get started. 3D recording. Hi students, today we will learn how to assemble a Toyota engine. So first, begin by removing the intake manifold. Right after that, remove the cylinder head. followed by the cover. Now let's reassemble the model. Let's fix intake manifold followed by the cylinder head, and lastly the cover. Okay, so you notice this time round, instead of exploding all the model all at once, all right, reassembling, but what I did part by part. How did I, right, click and dissect a specific part of the model? Basically, I just clicked on on a specific part. Just wait for 2 seconds. You will see a yellow outline on the part. You can remove it. So instead of exploding all at once, using this the option on the left hand part, right? So just press and hold a specific part of the model and you can dissect it, right? So for example, you want to teach your students how to first, maybe a heart surgery, right? So first remove the skin, followed by this specific tissue or the first layer or second layer. So you can perform this kind of simulation practice and to repeat, analyze themselves, they get their hands on a real patient. Similarly, this is for maybe someone who wants to work in a engineering workshop. Okay. So I'm going to repeat this part, right? Because like I said, this 3D assessment, right, requires a bit of this from your end. And so I humbly seek your attention just here for a second. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is, right, I'm going to show you 3D assessment once again with 3D recording with assessment. Okay. So let me get started. Hi students, in this assessment activity, I'm going to show you how to assemble a Honda engine. First, you need to remove the cover. Once you've removed the cover, and then you can remove the intake manifold and check, right, ensure that its engine is well lubricated. Now let's fix back the intake manifold and lastly cover. So this is how you can, right, assemble and reassemble a car engine and stop. Okay. So now how to ensure that this is not just playback, but a playback with assessment. You see a little icon here, right? You just enable click this icon here, right? So once you click this icon, you need to select save. I'll call this a 3D assessment. Okay, and I will select save. So later, all right, students will have to first listen to what I was doing, and then students will have to repeat. So you will have a clearer picture on how this function works later when we do it. Okay. So let's move on. Bottom right plus icon, PDF documents. If you have some reading materials for your students, for example, some uh, document that talks about a specific lesson, maybe you have some curriculum notes, module, right, module notes or whatever, you can use, you can add your documents right. So let me uh, grab some on. Okay, I'm just grabbing from Google, but you may have real notes, right, in class, so you can. Okay, I'm gonna get document. Okay, right. So bottom right plus icon, go to PDF, select file, and you can add your curriculum notes here for your students, right? So you can just upload your document, and this way students will be able to scroll the notes as well within the same lesson. Okay, so you can add all your notes here, and you can call it as module notes and save. Um. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. In any case, there's a error. Okay, yeah. So I think that's a very important feedback I see being addressed by many of us here in regards to the undo feature. So we will uh, escalate this to our development team to see how we can implement the undo feature. But now, of course, like I said, by the sound of it doesn't look so complicated. So I think it should be simple. We will definitely for your all right. The undo. Okay. So that's now for the PDF document. Okay. So now plus icon, right? You can also add some images. So let's say you have some image references, right? About the specific lesson. Okay, maybe some realistic images which you want to add to your lesson. Then what you can do, you can upload your image here, right? Select image, okay? Say, and then select file, and you can upload your image here. Okay, so I will call this real image of Honda. Okay, so I'm just renaming my activity, right? Okay, so you can also add images to your as part of the activities plus icon, image, select image and select file, right? And then you can upload your image. And then lastly, right, you also have a URL activity. Now, what's a URL activity? Meaning to say if you want your students to visit a specific website, right, after they've completed their lesson or even in between, you can embed any lesson, any website links. All right, for example, embed the link here, put a message to your students, visit this Toyota website. Okay, so you can put activities like if you need your students visit any specific portal or web page for them to access any resources you want them to, you can also add some links here as well, right? So that's the purpose of the URL link. Now, by far, except for the identify and locate, what we have shown you the list of activities that you can add, right? Any questions by anyone? All good, right? Okay, so now you have understood, right, some of the activities you want to add. Now, so this is where we need to also understand some of the differences in terms of whatever we have covered so far, selecting plus icon at the bottom right hand corner and adding the activities. We call these the global activity, right? Global activity meaning it talks about the entire lesson from a generic perspective, right? So very generic message, audio, video, and etc. But now, what if I want to specifically add some context about the intake manifold, right? So you see there's an annotation here. Now I have a video, the text information, or I want to put a quiz for a student that is specific to only the intake manifold, not about the entire engine. Then this is where you can add local activity. So the plus icon in the red circle is global activity. Now click on the specific annotation, plus icon, okay? On any annotation, plus icon, the activities you add here, this is called local activity. So by right, at this point of time, any information I add, it must be only related to specific things. You should not be talking about the whole model, or you should not talk about other components of the model. It should be relevant to only intake. For an example, you can put audio file here. All right, put text to speech. Okay. So you have a message for your students like this, right? What's the purpose of an intake manifold, right? Your message here, and you can select save, right? Now I have a video that talks about deep stick. for example, a specific video. Click on the specific stick annotation, the plus icon, and add the video here. Okay, so you can have your own video that will be good. Otherwise, I will take something from online. I always do, right? So share, grab the link, video, YouTube URL, okay, and you can paste your link here. Okay, so back to activities. Let's take a look at some of the significant differences that we see now. On the right-hand part of the screen, if you notice, the knowledge portals which we have added earlier on, they are all in red circle, right? But as opposed to the most recent knowledge portals which we just added, it's in blue icon. This is to differentiate, right? There is a difference between the global and the local activity. And also on the lesson, on the model itself, if you notice, only the dipstick and intake manifold has a little blue circle right above the annotation, as opposed to the other annotations. Why? This is to indicate to students that these specific annotations, right, comes with certain knowledge portal, right? It may contain some content on it. Okay. Any questions that you have with regards to these global and local knowledge portals? All good, right? Clear? Okay. Now let's move forward. Now on the right-hand part of the screen, right, you can see we have added about 11 activities, right? In these 11 activities, we want to also know how to readjust the sequence. So just right before the activity title, you see there's some dots, right? Just press, drag, and drop, right? So you can just drag and drop the sequence. Okay. So I'm just randomly, right, adjusting the sequential order, but we leave this preference to you, how you want to, right, set the sequence of the lesson. All right. Now, a couple of more features that we would like to show you. Okay. Which will be the locate and identify. Now, let's click on any one. Huh? Both of you can discuss out. Yeah, okay. So now these annotations here, let's click on any one of the annotation. All right. So let's take, for example, the oil filter, right? Plus icon. Oil filter plus icon. These are the two activities that we have not added yet, right? Identify and locate. Let's first take identify. Now, once I select identify, sorry, once. Okay. So once I select identify, right, click on any annotation. For example, I'm picking the oil filter plus icon. Okay. Identify. Now, once I select identify, you will see this default question, which is called what is this? So basically, afterwards, right, during the play mode, the question will be what is this? And students will have to type the correct answer, which is okay. Now, this question here, it is also editable. By the system gave a default question which is called what is this? You can make it more complex. The purpose of this part of a car engine is for this and that purpose. So what am I? What is this? Right? So make it more complex, right? Set a time limit, whether 30 or 45 seconds or 60 seconds, and you can select save. So this is basically guiding students on identifying certain spot, right? Ensuring that they are now familiar with the various components of this specific engine model. Any questions with the identify activity? Okay. So at that point of time, right, when they are attempting the activity, they will not be able to obviously turn on the annotations, right? The annotations all must off because prevent them from looking at any answers for reference. Okay. So that's for the identify activity. Okay. Now let's pick another annotation. Let's just say I will take the oil pen. right? So there's an oil pen annotation right here. So once I select oil pen plus icon, let's go to locate, all right? Locate activity. Now, locate activity is slightly different from identify, right? So identify is in which whereby the system directly show a specific part of the model and ask you to identify the answer, right? What is specifically this specific name of it. Locate is something different. The system will automatically ask your students to locate. They need to go and find where is the oil pen. You can click and submit the correct annotation marker. Okay, so this is locating, right? And once again, you can make this more complex. You don't have to necessarily say locate oil pen. You can define the question to be like locate this part of the model where it contains the fuel and oil, right? Then students will have to know which part they have to find it, submit the answer. So it's really up to you. Like I said, I have to repeatedly mention this is that ultimately it is how the subject matter expert wants to design your lesson. You want to make it more complex, you want to keep it level, it's totally up to you. Okay, you select a time limit, you select save. Okay, now with that, right, we have already seen how to add a whole list of activities here, right? Quite a number of activities which we have added. Now, very simple, top left, select the cross icon, okay, and then save and exit from the lesson. Okay, so you can save and exit from the lesson. Sorry, may I just request if you could just lower down the volume? It might be distracting for the rest. All right, thank you. Okay, so now let's go back to our library here, my workspace, right? So top left, my workspace, you will be able to find, if you, some of us have been creating a lesson together, I believe so. Oh, the top left, select the cross icon. Top left cross icon, just save and exit the lesson. Okay, now where to locate your lesson? To our online portal, select my workspace. You will be able to find your lessons here, right? So this is the lesson which I just created, Introduction to Toyota 2JZ engine. All right. Now, before I go into start experience, all right, let's take a few minutes, all right, to understand this lesson landing page. So this is basically the landing page of the lesson. I'll be going a bit fast here, right, because it's just administrative parts. One time. If you want to any point of time, edit the title of the lesson. Just click on the pencil here. You'll be able to edit the title. Now, at the moment, this lesson is still not published, right? It's still a private lesson. You need to publish. Top right, you select the three dots. Okay, you'll be able to see this option called Show Library. But now, what if I'm creating a modular based class, right? This is lesson number 1, which is introduction. But I need to create maybe 8 or 9 more lessons based on this lesson. This should be my base. And based on this, I'll be building up. Maybe lesson 1 will focus on something else. Lesson 2, lesson 3. Can I duplicate my lesson? Yes, you can, right? You don't have to each time repeatedly create new lessons. Top right, 3 dots, select duplicate. So once you select duplicate, then it will show you a copy of lesson introduction, etc. Then you may want to remove some information because you don't want to repeatedly, maybe you want to use the same model for lessons, right? You need the annotations to be there. Annotations will never be changed, right? Once you set annotation, it must be the same. So this way, the duplication be easier for you. And then there's the share option, right? That's correct. Yeah. No. You can edit the same lesson again. Yeah, you can edit the duplicated lesson as well, right? So this is the main lesson, right? If you have duplicated this lesson yet, you see here at the top left, you have the edit experience option. So you can go back into editor mode, make changes. So once you have made any changes to the original lesson, the duplicated version will not take effect now for any changes. Yeah, it's like basically the save as feature on Microsoft Word, right? Once you save as, then it's a 2 different sets already. Okay, now let's select start experience. So once I select start experience, we are going into the lesson in play mode. Okay, so our lesson, we are right now in play mode, and if you're following me correctly, if you're in the right institution, you should see answered right NCRT logo watermark at the bottom left hand part of the screen. Right now, this lesson is absolutely in play mode. You cannot do any. Basically, it's student mode, so no changes are allowed. Now, left hand part, first thing, students are going to see the annotations which the teacher has added to the lesson, followed by that. All right, exploding transparency view and animation. Now let's go into the most important part is bottom left hand corner of the screen. We have hamburger icon here. All right. So under this hamburger icon, you will be able to see the list of activities which we have. So let's go through the activities together. The very first activity was my audio. Right. Once you selected, there's a blinking icon here. Right. It shows that this is an audio activity. Let's get started. Um, okay. I think you need to share the audios. Yeah. One second, my audio is not connected to those who are in course with us. All right, so let me just test this. Yeah, so sharing, but it's okay, right? We'll just we don't have to be too concerned about the audio. Yeah, but you get the idea. When I play the very first activity, okay, so you can hear my voice. So basically, it was the very first activity where I used speech to text. All right. Okay, thank you so much, Shweta ma'am. All right. Okay, so but at the same time, right, as I mentioned, the system will also transcribe your speech to text. So here you can see, okay, my high students was captured as high as in HIGH, right? But you get the point here, right? It's able to transcribe your speech to text. So this is the very first activity. Let's move on to the next activity. Two ways. It's either okay, I'm getting myself there. Okay, right. So The second way to go about this is you go back to the hamburger menu, bottom right, and you click on the second activity, or what you can do is just select the next arrow here. Okay, just select next. It will take you to the next activity. When you are ready, just click on the blinking icon.
The JZ engine is a legendary, robust performance inline six engine known for its durability and
This is text to speech, all right? So this is what I basically copied from Google. But you get the idea. You type anything, students read and they hear from the computerized audio. Now, if you type in Hindi, then remember to choose your voice output as a Hindi selection. Masculine, feminine, these are things you need to explore, right? Once you start practicing the platform, you'll be able to see, try out the different voice outputs. Okay, let's move on. Next is a video. So someone asked, right, how will the video preview be in every lesson? This by default is like this, or I can view in full screen. I can also enable closed caption.
only three levels of displacement. It's impressive. Only listening to the
Okay. So as you can see, students have a few options, right? They either just view it as a small thumbnail at the bottom right hand corner of the screen, or they watch it in full screen mode. So let's move on to the next part, right? Okay. You notice that this is the video which I added as a local activity. There's an indication here to indicate that this video is related to a book. All right. It's not going to talk about the entire lesson here. All right. So that's the difference between local and global activity. Now let's move on to the next part, which is a multiple choice quiz. Right. So students are given up to 3 attempts, and there's also a time limit. You can see the timer has already started. Huh? We have like 35 seconds left. Okay, so this is multiple choice quiz. Okay, so this is where I really need your attention. Earlier on, we showed you 3D recording. So now I'm going to play the 3D recording. So let's take a look at how the 3D recording looks like from a playback, from a student's perspective. Okay, there are two options. Remember, I made the 3D recording in a way whereby first the students watch and listen to what I was doing. Then the second part is where they have to repeat steps, right? So I just did some simple steps to show you the capability of this specific feature. So first, let's play, listen, and watch what my teacher was doing. First, these assessments I'm going to show you that you need to remove cover. Once the cover, then remove many check, ensure that the rubric. Now let's the in and last the all right. So my basic right. Basically my teacher was showing a very short tutorial. Sorry, it's very soft on my speakers here. I could hear myself when I was recording early on. Now my teacher showed a very short example on how to lubricate an interior part of a intake manifold. This is the first part of the activity where I just played and listened to what right my teacher was doing. The second part is where I've now select this option here to repeat the assessment, repeat the activity. Okay, there are two ways to do it. One way is I absolutely don't listen to my teacher. I just immediately start working on it. Or if I think that I need to do this with guidance, then I can unmute my teacher here, right? So this little avatar icon, I click on it. I can listen to my teacher, all right? But I will have to still do it myself. There will be no more simulation, auto simulation. Okay, so I'll just mute my teacher again. So let's try. So I will intentionally make some mistakes so you can see how I'm being assessed in the performance summary later. So my teacher told me first to remove the cover and then remove the intake manifold. My teacher also told me to remove the dipstick. But he actually did not, right? The dipstick wasn't removed. I'm intentionally doing some errors here. Then let's just say I don't put it in the right position. I put it somewhere wrongly, right? I forgot to inspect the cover. Now I unnecessarily make some additional movements and whatever. So students are basically creating a mess out of the engine. Now let's submit, assuming that I'm ready. Okay, they will get a performance summary automatically, right? Based on what needs to be done versus what has been done by the student. So you can see target time. My teacher did this simulation in 32 seconds, but I took 1.4 minutes, right? And then I just did two steps, right? I removed the engine cover and intake manifold. then there was some incorrect steps. So basically, I just put the operation, right? So this is how, right, you will be able to. So it's an interesting feature, right? Once you get to the hang of it, you realize that how you can allow students to practice virtually simulation practice. It's not limited to just engineering topics. For example, even it could be as simple as how to perform, for example, an injection for the patient. Step one, you have to please remove the strings. Step two, you know, whatever. So we really leave that to you. Okay, so that's for the 3D assessment activity, and then one more audio.
Manifold, also known as the inlet manifold.
So this is a local activity. That's why there's an icon blinking here, right? We have documents, so in case if you have some notes, right? So students will be able to browse, right, all these notes within the single lesson. Let's move on next part. Image references. So if I've added some, like my case, I have added one realistic image of a specific engine model, right? So you can also add an image. And then remember, I said you can also add the URL. For example, you want your students to visit any external websites. You can embed the link here. So when I click on this, it automatically takes me out of the lesson, takes me directly to an external website here. Okay, so let's go back to the hamburger menu, see if I missed out any activities. There's two more activities, identify and locate. So let's take a look at how this identify and locate works. You need to see the difference between these two. So number one is identify. When I'm ready, right, I can click on this icon which is blinking. Remember, the moment I start, I have exactly 1 minute to complete this activity. So let's get started. So you see, this is the question. What is this? And application is indicating on this specific part of the model. So I need to type the correct answer. So I call it engine. It's wrong, right? So we need oil, correct. So this is how you will be able to test students' knowledge transfer. One important note I wanted to mention was while I was attempting it, I would not be able to actually enable the annotations. So that means students cannot repeat any answers, right? So this is the identifier. So you saw there was an icon blinking here. There was a question, what is this? I need to type the correct answer. As opposed to locate activity, the system is asking me to locate the oil pen. You can see all the annotation pointers has turned into a yellow circle. I cannot turn on any annotations right now. Let's say I put this as my oil pen, I submit, it's the wrong answer, right? Pick this, submit is wrong, assuming this is right, then right, then right answer. So this is how to locate activity. So identify, locate, a bit of a gamification type of activity exercise. So with that, I have hopefully I've completed all the activities in my lesson. So in any case, all right, students may have missed out one or two activities. They'll get prompt here, right? A dialog box which will prompt and say 12 out of 15, 12 out of 30 activities completed, right? I can regardless exit the lesson or I can continue from the activities and whatnot. Now, what's it for the lesson creator? How do they keep track on the progress of the student? Right? Let me refresh this page. On every lesson landing page at the bottom section, you will see an option called statistics, right? So go to statistics and you'll be able to see the entries of every user who has performed this lesson. Simple. Earlier today, 4th of July, 12:47, Ali has attempted this lesson. He has spent a total of 1 minute and 10 seconds. Right? If I click on my own entry, you will see a detailed, a more comprehensive report of every activity. So you can see Ali has spent 21 seconds. The local seconds. And for the assessment, right? You can also view report here how I have performed, right? So you can see here there is a spider chart in terms of my performance summary, unnecessary steps, missed steps, completion rate, incorrect steps, right? How many correct steps I made. So you will also get a more comprehensive report right here under the statistics page. Okay, so that was a complete walkthrough on how to create, right? And also a lesson that would look like from end user mode. So it's almost lunchtime, so I'll hand over to Mr. Lali for a second.
Yeah, I mean, I will be most unpopular now because you are very hungry, but I want to create some food for the thought.
Sure.
And sorry, I need to also. You see, I want to again recap a bit here and then come and ask you some thought. But before I do that, I, uh, you know, I hope you now getting more hang of that. It is teacher's tool. What Ali did by starting with one raw model, or maybe it had some annotation, but converting that raw model into a lesson. Now, that lesson, he was able to add activities of all kinds, audio, video, his own, and also the sequence, which is good that he wants students to follow certain sequence. But same time, he's not forcing them to follow the sequence. Somebody can use the hamburger menu, that's learning style. Some people want to follow, some are fast to, I want to do this. That choice is there. Now, one question I'm sure coming to your mind that, okay, but that particular example, our students in school, we are not teaching in six. Probably he has an example. He has been all over where everybody is familiar with car, driving car. But you all, I mean, I know that 90% of the teaching is two-wheel, right? Scooty, maybe a big one, or some of them may be automated, automatic, or not automatic. We all relate to the engine. But you can easily uh, replace that with a human anatomy. And a lot of biology teachers try very hard to teach students where the heart is and where the lungs is. And using this methodology, we can really be very impactful. I mean, I learned biology and I still get confused. Where is my diaphragms and where is my and also I cannot visualize even till today. My foundation was built on only reading books on the very heart and lungs, etc. But even if I was able to use all those earlier, yesterday we talked about that using on the real dimension of a human body, maybe to be six, yeah, whatever. But then you can take it out and give an real picture as well. Getting that sort of an approach, you can easily pick up. It could be a botanist teacher who may use this the flower or a tree structure he will going. Again, not limited to that. It can be a maths teacher. Not many of you try to teach in a very creative way these days, visualization or even language. Somebody was asking yesterday, how do I use to teach language? You could have objects floating around and ask to pronounce it properly. Somebody can write out, am I pronouncing it? So all sorts of immersive. That my favorite word is gurukul. That's how they were teaching people by showing. And likewise, students then come back in their hand. They were saying, "I want to do this, and I don't want to do this activity," and then students perform. And by the way, now teachers' role suddenly changes to watching and monitoring every student. I mean, in a physical class, sometimes it's too hard as a teacher, but now suddenly you have an assistant that, hey, did this well, but you spend too much time there. Maybe I need to guide you a little more. So all that is, I mean, we always talk about the can AI replace teacher. I don't think we're a capable diamond perfect, but this is it elevates the role of a teacher for the. I think I like to use this opportunity to take thoughts on because he may be, but how you are perceived. And then and then before I go further, where does AI come in more? It's probably later enough we'll talk. But AI is only going to use AI where you will use AI to one part is that you will use AI as a teacher to create some of that when you are making those. You could use AI to help in speeding up your training. And second part is when a student goes and uses it, he use AI mentoring. Right now he has taught using the XR tool how to create the content. So one of the questions I'm sure that may be coming in your head, but whatever topic I'm teaching, do I have 3D models? Because I don't want to be creating 3D models. So chances are that good number of 3D models on whatever topic you are teaching will be there, either in EON libraries over its years of it, or in partners libraries like Web. Or, and this is where very important point I like to highlight. Technology of AI is growing very fast. one day, every day while we spoke, maybe some new technologies have come out. But some of the things which I'm watching, an AI enthusiast for last 50 years. But as an AI enthusiast, one of the biggest thing now, more and more AI agents are coming out which even create 3D models on the fly. I mean, typically it used to take 3ds Max or a Unity or something to create those models at the time. And already those models are there. But any of these new AI agents are coming out again from see where you visualize or where you describe in a script like ChatGPT type, create whatever you can visualize, type it out, and it creates this model. So maybe it's not there today. Maybe days later, maybe a few weeks later. More and more those kinds. So don't get worried about that. Am I becoming an engineer to assemble components? No, that's somebody else. That NCERT gets it done, or AI will start creating, or already there are so many available. I think converting that into an impactful lesson is what we learn. So I just want to get some thoughts. I mean, because so that in next afternoon session, if there are any thoughts we can address. But I just maybe you can, since I can see you, and maybe later on, two or three feedback we can take online also. Would you like to give your thoughts on how you see this tool, and can you visualize this being uh, used in a way that will change? So, madam, can we start with you? So, I mean, you might have to speak a little louder, or do we have a, or come here, please. This will also get to see.
Very good, all of you. Uh, for giving us a very good orientation on usage of AI in education. Usage of AI in education, and I'm really grateful for the exposure. However, I feel like it is a little bit more complex, but slowly we'll pick up, we'll learn, we're more interested. I think that is why we are here. But the major part is that NCERT is a creator. So we create everything. We don't follow others. We follow the things which are commonly available, like human anatomy. We can't change it. It's common. So it is commonly available. Nowadays, what we are doing is that we have a separate pedagogy, different pedagogy. We are creating pedagogies also based on the experiences teachers are having. That is why the teachers are there, about the teachers, because they're doing something different. So we are learning from them, and then we are trying to pull those learnings and creating a curriculum and pedagogy. And based on those pedagogies, we are developing some teaching learning material. So nowadays, what we are doing, we are focusing one on AI, another is on we are focusing on indigenous uh, um, activities, pedagogies, as well as teaching learning materials. So somehow, I think talking about 3D models, I think we need to create 3D models for our, especially for our indigenous material. That is currently a focus of NCRT. So I think this is going to be a big challenge, and I'm sure you will be collaboration with EON and the group organizations to make sure that we do have the 3D models as well as 360-degree things that we need to do, because we have a variety of school education, especially because my colleagues, mostly colleagues are here who look after school education. So I think we do agree that we have four different models of primary education, preschool education in our country. So in that case, I think we need to create a 360 model. Uh, like, give an example, like we have a private preschool centers, we have body centers, primary school centers, which are located in schools of government, and we have centrally run some of these schools. So if we have 360-degree uh, that, I don't know what you say, model or something available, I think we can give more very grounded orientation to the teachers, those who want to have an orientation in Anganwadi center. If you have that kind of model available, you can focus on that particular group of teachers. If we have private sector 360 model available, we can work on that part. That's how I think we need to create a lot, and definitely we can pull in the resources which are already available. But that creation is going to be a challenging part, but we are ready. We are interested.
Great feedback. And that's exact. I think you said it extremely well. That you have to always, think of this as a Christmas tree. There are start with it's a from an India point of view. Start with you can treat as a bare-bone Christmas tree, and of course it already has lots of millions of objects available on EON platform and our partners like Sketchweb and available. But what you mentioned is very interesting because today, if we were to create India specific and indigenous and all those, creating those now is not as hard. We could some of that is as simple as scanning using the mobile phone and artificially convert 3D models. Now, again, you can always tweak them to make it even more authentic. But at the same time, the availability of the creating new, again, using that kind of AI agents which has now come out, which allow us to do that, and we have integrated those in yeah. So excellent feedback, and thank you. We'll take that as one of the activities. We'll work together what and how fast we can create it. Now, I like to see if somebody else wants to talk about how you have found this tool. Some of you who are very active, please come forward and give your thoughts on how do you see this tool? How what do you see as an experience right now? So, can someone please let's take one or two more feedback, more on how you're finding this tool. So, please come forward. How about some of you who are proactively using it? Yes. Would you like to come and join? Just give your thoughts so that. Both of you can come too. If you're doing it in collaboration, please come here so that attendees on the who are online can also benefit from your perspective.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I was thinking some features are very, very fascinating, and I think it may be practically, it might take some more time, but I was thinking it can be very, very useful for teaching and also for presentation, not just for teachers, but for us also while presenting. Also, we can use it. And what I really like about this EON XR is that it has a 360 degree uh, facility, which if you just see in picture of books, we generally see only one side, and we don't understand what exactly it is indicating. But 360, now you can just separate the parts and you can understand properly. This I really like. And in no way I see it as teacher centric. It is very much student centric, and teacher is somewhere backside doing the, of course, very important role. But I think it's not like it's very child centric. That's what I believe. It's going to be very useful if we use it properly. That's it. I think. Want to say.
Thank you very much for your input and really interesting to hear some of those. Thank you. Now, anybody more before I go to see teachers who are attending online? So, if anybody likes to come forward, please turn on your video, and if there's a facility by which everybody can see you. But if not, your if you enable your audio and if you give your thought, we will. That, yeah, over to all those who are attending it online. Not sure whether I'm visible to you. So we want to include you, otherwise you might feel that nobody's asking us for your thoughts. So, any teacher who is involved directly in teaching. Yes, Dr. Raju, I can see you're unmuted.
Yes, I could see there is a lot scope of working on these assets and creating the lessons. So I think it's a huge responsibility among us to play with all this. In fact, Ali's explanation was fantastic. So I was just keeping in mind how exactly we do a mapping to the existing curricular content and design variety of learning experiences, including adding assets, adding experiences. So I think yes, we have to start working on and try out and get the feeling from the ground.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very good input. Anybody else among the school teachers who are attending? I know many of you are anyway innovating, trying ICT since you're a president of India awardee in ICT. So definitely like to and value your input if anyone like to share.
Yes, Umarani speaking from Hyderabad, and I apologize. I can't open the video because I am in a private place. Uh, it's a great opportunity to learn the new things, and it's like given us an opportunity to start this national initiative. And when I checked the available resources and content, uh, I could say very less about mathematics. So there is much to do in this because I could say here mathematics, sorry, science, physical science, biology, arts, then languages, everything. But I could see very much less content in mathematics. I am when I uh, trying to summarize whatever is uh, explained here. I'm trying to see which part of this is likely I use in my details because mathematics teacher at ground level, and I think you definitely will uh, give the inputs regarding this. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity, sir.
So thank you. Thank you. Your input is very valuable. Because as I mentioned earlier, that EON provides the starting point and lot of already created lessons and assets. But it's, I would say that's just the beginning for a country of India's size and diversity and needs. I think treat it as a bare-born Christmas tree. We collectively, we working with you teachers, most important part, we will fill up content. So yes, this could be a beginning of your visualization of mathematics, and we can create together, and not only create together for India, some of that can be of value to the world. So I think very good input, and not only for maths, but there may be some other topics you may find there may not be content. But that content creation, we collectively as a group of teachers we take, and collectively we build it in the system. So anybody else who wants to give any feedback? If not, as I said, I don't want to stand between you and lunch, but I can't stop remembering something. I'm an old guy because I started my career 50 years ago. Being a father of, I'm sorry, son of a legendary teacher in my little village in Rajasthan, I still want to, his words still echo all our family, his children and grandchildren. When he ended up into visiting the collector of the town, and he had to wait for a while, and finally he was allowed in. And collector was a little bit annoyed that, hey, your wife for a small thing, he was a headmaster or a teacher, and he said, why for a small thing, for what can you come to me? And in your my time, somehow emotional, assertive person he was. He said, yeah, we rely on you, sir, to help, but remember one thing: a teacher is not less than a collector. Now, with that note, I think we all go to lunch. That you, teacher, are right now have that power to bring about a change. So your power and your actions will be of significant value. So with that, thank you. We will have some more discussion after Ali has talked the AI part of it and some more features later in the afternoon. So thank you once again. And yes, we come back sharp at 2:30, and we No, not our. We are premium. Will we wait for more people to join, or the already?
lunch, right? In the interest of our friends who are also joining online, I don't want to take too much of time. So for those who are still coming back from lunch, they will join us later. Perhaps they can check with their friends on if it's anything that they have missed. Right. So let's continue from what we have left for lunch. Now earlier on, right, the lesson which I created, a specific lesson on introduction to Toyota engine. All right, I created using my desktop, and I also have used my my desktop application to play the lesson for you in play mode. But now what I'm going to show you is, right, how to start this lesson in augmented reality using your mobile device. Well, yesterday I did try to show you a bit of an example facing the lesson in mobile using AR augmented reality. But now what I'm going to do is, right, this the actual lesson which I just created now. This is my iPad which I am using. So I'm going to select start experience. Okay, and I'm going to place this lesson in my real space environment. So if you're using your, I mean, I'm using my tablet, right, my iPad, but if you're using your mobile phones, whether is it Oppo or Samsung or iPhone, right, just install the app in your phone. So this way, your students, all right, can also play this lesson whenever, even if they are learning remotely for the day. Okay, so you can see this is the lesson which I have just created, right? So whatever we have seen earlier on, like for example, toggling around the model, turning on the annotations, right? So all of this can be done using augmented reality mode as well, right? So they'll be able to explain the lesson, and then they can use this pen pick tool, EON XR, right? So if you are planning to install using your mobile application, just search for, yeah, just EON XR, okay? So this is the app on your phone store, all right? And then you can play the lesson. But what if I don't want to play the lesson in augmented reality, right? This is augmented reality, right? AR mode. But what if I want to play the lesson just on screen mode without using the camera, right? To play in augmented reality, then what you can do is on the left hand part of the screen, you have this icon here, right? You select this hand icon and you'll be able to just view the lesson in screen mode, right? Without having the need to use augmented reality. All right. So that's an example of how you can do lesson using a specific 3D model. And just wanted to show you a quick example on how the lesson would look like for you in both screen mode, touch mode on laptop, and also augmented reality using your smart devices. Okay. Now, another common question is whether do I need to use my laptop to always create the lesson? Well, you don't have to necessarily do that. You can also use your application to create the lesson. Now, I'm going back to my home screen. I'm still on my mobile app here. Okay. Now, what I'm doing is at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, there is a plus icon, right? So I select plus icon. You will see the option for experience. So once you select experience, all right, from here, you can start picking the 3D model, just like what we did earlier on. But the previous time we did was using our desktop, okay? The desktop where you'll be able to pick a 3D model, go to the right options, and then you'll be able to select a 3D model and then start building a lesson. So similarly, you can also use your mobile application to do that, right? So that was just a quick example on how you can explore the same using your mobile app. Yes. Okay. Now, okay. Any questions so far from creating a 3D lesson? Right. So if there's no question with regards to creating a 3D, so bit of example, all right. Yesterday we showed you the AI part of our lesson, which is what we call, right, EON AI lessons. All right. Today, what we call them was XR lesson, meaning to say there is no involvement of AI. Absolutely, we just take a 3D model. You had to put your own annotations, your own content. All right. Everything else is as per how you design the lesson to be. So that's the difference between yesterday and today. And yesterday, what we did was we went to create, okay, course catalog. And under the course catalog option, I selected single express AI ready, and I left a prompt here. I remember it was, I put a prompt here and I started creating my lesson. But there's another feature that we need to see is the train AI. Okay, so train AI feature is where you can upload any data set, all right? So there is an option for you here to upload document. This has to be in PDF. Okay, if you already have some documents, some information about maybe you have your curriculum notes, training data, just select upload document. Okay, and then you can start building your lesson. So let's pick any lessons. Uh, let me see if I have something. Hmm. Okay, so for example, I have a lesson here that talks about observing the air expands on heating, right? So this is a 2-page document. Now what I'm doing is I'm uploading my document file here. So once I select upload file, right? Very shortly, right now what is happening is that the AI is actually scanning through the document, identifying all the key topics and description for me. Okay, so you can see here, it has identified 5 different lessons for me here. All right. So now what you can do is at this point of time, right? This is a recap because we have some participants who didn't not with us yesterday, right? So it's good to know to use the AI feature. So all you know that I did was I picked a more document, I uploaded. The AI has identified 5 topics. These are the 5 topics and the description. Okay. But now, what if, right? I want to make any changes to the title. Yes, you can. All right. You can make any editing you want on the title and description. Okay. At the same time, if you want to remove any lessons, you don't want to keep 5 lessons, that's also up to you. So the AI would technically create 5 lessons for every data sets that you upload. Okay. And now, although the language of the document is in English, you can also choose the results to be in a different language. Like we have Hindi, Gujarati, and Tamil that you can pick from. All right. So that way, although your document is in English, all right, the results can be in Hindi or Marathi or Tamil as per your preference. So this we leave it to you on how you want to design your lessons. All right. I'll just stick to English for now, and let's select continue. So once I select continue, this is where the AI is going to start working on the lesson. You can click on status log to monitor, right, progress of the lesson creation, right? Any questions from anyone while we are waiting for the lessons to be ready, right? If anyone has a question, just feel free to let me know. Yes, sir.
Suppose PDF select the okay, but remove
No. If you have accidentally, right, uploaded the wrong document, just refresh and restart. Yeah.
again.
That's correct. So just go back to create course catalog and then train AI. Uh, yeah, okay, just go back to create. Okay, course catalog, train AI.
You have to skip
Uh, okay, you can skip for now, yeah. Okay, train AI.
the
Okay, okay. Now each time you create lessons using train AI, or AI ready, as long you go into the course catalog feature, you will be prompted to link your Sketchfab account, right? Now, what is this Sketchfab account? Right, it's a external technology tool that we have integrated in our technology to generate 3D assets for your lesson. Okay, so yesterday and until earlier today, each time it was printed, I told you all to just, it's okay, just skip. But what we are losing out in our AI ready lessons is that you will not see any 3D models because we did not provide the permission. So when you get the dialog box to link your Sketchfab account the next time, do link it, right? It will take you to Sketchfab external site. But once you have a Sketchfab account, all right, the Sketchfab will require you to sign up as a user. Do sign up as a premium user. It's a free website, a platform anyway, right? Sketchfab. Just that once you sign up as a free user, you once you've done the linking, all right. Moving on, any lesson you create is part of one of the mechanism of creating the lesson. The AI first visits Sketchfab, looks for the right 3D model, picks and select, and then it will deliver into your lesson, right? So you can also explore that. And then, hey, we have one question here. Can you share some? Okay. Okay, for sample documents, what I did was I actually took from NCERT online site. Yeah, so actually, there's a question here. Can I share sample document? In fact, for my uh, for for, for my experience here itself, for the example, for my experience, I actually took a document from your online link, so you can check that out. Right? Free, because there's a lot of online resources, right, in PDF document. Uh, yeah. So this was taken from NCERT online site. Okay, yeah. So yes, thank you, Kipgan, for answering Madam Chandani's question. Yes, you can use any type of PDF document. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So long it's a PDF document, of course, with contextual information. Then that way you'll be able to start creating a lesson. Okay, so I can see a number of lessons are completed, right? So now let's go to top left, my workspace. So this is where you're going to see the vast difference between the amount of time we spent this morning trying to create a manual lesson. We spent almost like 2 hours, right? 2 hours, or 2.5 hours actually, putting the model, putting the knowledge portals, building lessons with assessments, identify, locate, piece or whatnot. Now you can see versus this way of creating lesson, it's taking me actually less than 10 minutes. All I had to do is go to the platform, put my document, AI scan, because now once you go into the lessons here, it's going to already come with its pre-created content like knowledge portals, like video, images, there'll be also assessments, all right? So all these will already be generated for you by the AI. So top left, my workspace. So that being said, is our role still necessary in the company if AI is able to create the lessons? Well, definitely not, because AI will never be able to replace humans, right? But of course, one will be replaced by the one who uses AI, but AI can never replace human, right? Because though AI is able to do a fantastic job for me in mere 10 minutes, created these 5 lessons, right? Explaining balloon explosion, heater, experiment with air expansion, stuff like that. You still need the subject matter experts, human intervention. Go into the lesson, vet and validate before it's being distributed to our students. Okay, so let's pick one lesson. All right, let's say I take this. Observe that air expands on heating. Okay, so let's go into this lesson. Now, first, I'm going to play this lesson. All right, start experience mode, basically in student mode. And then later, we will show you how you can play the lesson in editor mode and make changes to whatever AI has created. So let's get started. We start experience. Uh,
guide you through engaging and informative experience.
It's not working.
Please hold on for a moment while everything is being prepared. It will take just a few seconds to set up.
Okay, so I hope for those who are online, the avatar's voice is audible, right? So this is in play mode where the avatar is going to teach me about this
Let's
specific
explore
lesson.
what happens when air is heated and why it matters. Air is made up of tiny particles called molecules that are always moving. When air is heated, these molecules move faster and spread out, using the air to take up more space. This is called expansion. If you trap air inside the container, the plastic, the balloon over its mouth, then heat, the expanded air pushes it to inflate. Cooling the air is the opposite effect. The molecules come closer together, so the air contracts and the balloon deflates. This principle is a key part of understanding behavior.
Okay, I'll take a pause here. Now, what we are seeing is this is a complete AI generated lesson. That is why you have a spatial avatar here, right? Who is narrating the lesson to me. Now, it has taken me into a virtual environment, right? This is absolutely AI generated, like a classroom that focuses on how air expands in heat, all right? And there's a 3D model of a hot air balloon, right? So probably something relevant to the topic. But the most important part will be all these knowledge that we are seeing at the top. Air molecules, thermal expansion, gas laws, balloon and bottle setup. There's video, images, and text references, right? All these are generated by our AI here. All these knowledge bubbles. Okay, so this is how the AI is able to generate the course for us. And then moving on to the next part is what we call the engagement phase. You can ask any questions to your AI assistant, any kind of doubts that you may have, especially for students, right? You can ask the assistant.
Welcome to the engagement phase. This phase helps you connect with the lesson topic through suggested questions, where you can ask any questions of your own to explore the subject.
All right. So, yes, ma'am. Uh, yeah. Yes, of course. So now there's a question from our participant here, whether can I make any changes to the annotations or basically the whatever AI has generated. Yes, after this part, after this walkthrough in play mode, I will show you how to edit the AI generated contents. All right. Okay. So this is the engagement phase. Engagement phase is where we ask questions, students can ask, but I'm just going to pick one from the suggested questions here.
Thermal expansion is the process where substances, including air, increase in volume when heated. As temperature rises, kinetic energy of
Okay. Earlier on, I went into Train AI and uploaded a document, right? So this is a lesson that was created based on a certain level of parameters that I've set for the AI. Ensure that number one, it doesn't go out of topic in terms of creating the lesson. It stays contextualized. There is no hallucination, right? Now, I am going to ask a questions to my avatar now, which is irrelevant to the topic. So just observe how the AI is going to answer my question. Hi, please tell me more about human heart anatomy. Okay, so you know my question now is absolutely irrelevant to the context of the lesson. So let's see how the AI is whether is it able to answer me or not.
Please keep the discussion focused on the current topic of air expansion. And if you have more questions to this, feel free.
So this way, all right, teachers can be in a peace of mind that the students, all right, if they were to go out of the topic, they were to deviate, right? AI will pull back them into the right track. Okay, so that is for the engagement phase. So let's move on to the next part of the lesson, which is what we have the most critical phase.
Welcome to the assessment phase. Choose from 3 options: a multiple choice quiz, adaptive questions, or a memory challenge using hints.
Okay, so you know this is the most critical phase. Why? Because this part of the lesson is assessment, right? So first we have one multiple choice quiz that has been generated by the AI.
Start quiz challenge. The timer begins when you press start. What happens to air when it's heated?
All right, so that's the very first question, which is what happens to the air when it is heated, right? So the answer is whether air expands. So let's try. Okay, so this is just an AI generated assessment, right? Simple quiz to get the students started. Now, let's return back to the assessment portal. Next up, we have something called the Socratic dialogue, right? This Socratic dialogue is an adaptive questionnaire whereby the avatar will first start asking me a question, right? I have to answer in my own choice of words. If I were to get it right, then the avatar will progress to a more difficult question. If I were to get it wrong, then the avatar will try to maintain difficulty level of the question. So let's get started with the Socratic assessment.
The Socratic assessment starts with an easy question and adapts based on answers. The personalized learning experience. Let's begin with an easy question. What happens to pupils when they
Okay, so this is the very first question that the AI has posted to me, right? So what happens to air molecules when they are heated? So students will have to either select the keyboard icon here, right? They can either type their answer or they can use the speech to text to provide their response. All right, so I'll give this a try. Well, I think when air molecules are heated, they gain energy and move faster. This increased movement causes the molecules to spread farther apart. Okay, so it's totally up to the student how they're going to answer, but this avatar is going to give real-time feedback.
wait, that's room is. So he again move faster, spread, causing expand. Now let's move more into question. Explain expansion related to
Okay, so it goes all the way up to 5 questions, all right? Because I got it right, the AI is progressing to a more difficult question, right? So this is how the Socratic assessment works, right? But let's move on. So I'm going to flag off and move on to the next part of the assessment, which is what the Jeopardy assessment, all right? So Jeopardy assessment is in which where the AI is going to test my knowledge retention with regards to the knowledge portals here. Okay, so let's get started.
test to start Jeopardy challenge. Go to the object identified. Press start. There you go. While experiments your expansion.
Okay, so this based on this question, the answer is in one of the knowledge portals here, right? At the moment, all the knowledge portals are being masked off, right? Because students have to provide the right answer. But if I do not know, I can ask for a hint, all right? Or if I'm still not so sure, I can just skip to the next part, right? So this is Jeopardy assessment to ensure that students have gone through all the knowledge portals here and understand the topics. Now, let's move on to the next part is what we call the skills simulation. The avatar, right, gives me a walkthrough about the topic.
Investigator. Don't tell him. Today, we're curious to solve. Why does this change when we let's use our scientific skills to uncover the truth.
Sure, let's get started.
You are about to enter the Discovery Lab. Mysterious phenomenon has been reported.
Okay, so what the AI is doing right now, it is creating a case scenario, all right? A case scenario of an actual live station or based on a real scenario cases, right? So it builds a skill simulator, provides learners to understand how this kind of, for example, this is a lesson about how observing the air expands on heating, right? So this is relating back to a real life situation, all right? So it comes with a skill simulation here. Now let's move on to the last part where we are going to see all right, my analysis report. So the AI will tell me how well or how bad I have done throughout this entire lesson.
This is your overall chart. Your score is final score, 89%. Click on summary or details or information.
So we have a summary, a gist of my performance.
Here's a summary of how you the user excelled in engagement needs to improve knowledge retention, simulators.
And let's go to detail.
Here's your detailed report. 1. Focus and attention. User score for 20. 2. The user should concentrate on listening to the entire lecture along with visual cues provided by the avatar. This will better understand the intention of the presenter.
Okay, so that gives you a complete walkthrough of how you have performed from the initial phase, which is the learning phase. I started to listen to the avatar engagement assessment, right? And whether did I sit throughout the entire simulation practice? Finally, the analysis report. All right. So, any questions with regards to this specific lesson? All right. So far, what we have done is to experience lesson in also. It means in end user mode, right? So next part, I'll be showing you how to edit this lesson. Yes, sir.
Or Babu, was that very good? What was good the day?
Editor mode now. All right, I'm going to go into editor mode right now to show you how to edit the lesson because one important question we had was whether can I edit the contents that has been generated by the AI. Number two is also give some introduction about what are the icons, right? So let's go into that very shortly. Yes, absolutely. So students will get to see, right, the performance analysis. That's correct. Yeah, so I think we received a call from Janus Jacob. Yes, we will be students will see their own performance metrics and then they will know where they need improvement, right? Okay, now let's go to edit experience mode, right? So first thing, let's allow me to answer Sir's question in regards to what are the purpose of the icons we are seeing. But like how we mentioned yesterday, when you so what see more than 1 million icons all over, but not all features will be relevant to us. So similarly, allow me to focus on what's most important or essential for us today. Then tomorrow, I mean the next time when we meet, right, we can always revisit. Okay. So now for an easier identification of a familiarization of all the icons here, right click on the question mark. Right. So once you click on the question mark icon, give you the definition behind each concept. Right. Top right, just click on the help kit, right, or the help toolkit icon. Okay. You'll see now this is to move object, this is to rotate object, this is to scale object. And on the main page, you'll also see the mouse controls. So like I mentioned, right, if you're using your desktop, please try to have a mouse because it's much more useful. Right? Use a mouse to create or edit lessons. And you can see the mouse controls as well, right? Click, double click, clicks together, right? So all this will be shown here, just at the top right click on the okay. The most important part is this, right? For example, now the AI has generated this set for me. Okay, this is AI has generated for me. Now, on the left hand side, let's focus on the main three icons here. Move object. Okay, so if you select move object, you can see here to whether you want, all right, forward, closer to you, backwards, upwards, right, lower to right, all right. So this is something that explore using the move object option, right? And then what if I want to rotate the object? The second option, second icon. Click on it, all right? Click on the rotate object and then you'll be able to see the model according. Okay. Then lastly, you have scale object. On your right, you see the scale object option. You'll be scale. Now, this is a case of a hot air balloon, right? That is because of the topic of lesson, which is air expansion, right? Balloon. Now, what if this is a lesson about a car engine or a human lung or human heart? Can I still adjust all this? Yes, you will still have the same feature because this is about adjusting the position, sizing, and all of the specific 3D asset. Okay, so that is the most important icons which you need to be familiarized with creating your lesson. Now, first thing first, let's look at the 3D model here. AI has generated a hot air balloon lesson based on the topic, which is heating, balloon heating okay, balloon expansion on heating. Okay, and what if I don't need a hot air balloon? I prefer a different type of a model. And just click on the model one time. Little pencil icon will appear at the bottom. Click on it, and then you can search for a new 3D model. Right? So, for example, you search for a model heat transfer. Okay, and then you can look for any other 3D models which are related to the topic and replace accordingly. Okay, so for example, heat transfer, there's a number of 3D models here. I just take this very first model and select this. So the moment I do that, you see a message here. The currently selected asset will soon be replaced with the new asset, and there we go. Right? This is new asset. And at the moment, what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable the 360 environment, yeah, because I think it's a bit of a bothersome for me at the moment. So let me just remove it. I can just click on this 360 icon to disable the 360 environment. Okay. So you can see now I have this specific model here. This is also heat transfer. Maybe not a hot air balloon, but it still does, right? It's a model that is related to showing heating, or I mean, walls expansion on heating, right? So there's some animation here as well. I think this icon on the left is something you're familiar with. You've seen it in the other 3D lesson, right? We're creating the engineering, the car engine, right? So you can see room temperature, what happens, right? You can see that it's a very good model because this model shows how during room temperature, the ball is able to pass through the circle hole. After heating, what happens, right? So this, let's take a look. So the ring is being removed from the position. So the ball is being heated up. You can see the ball is slightly being expanded, right? So now that we place the ring, right, in its position, the ball isn't able to pass through. And that's the message. Ball is heated, its tiny particles move fast and spread out, making it bigger. That's why it can't fit through the ring. Okay. And then there's another animation here after cooling down. So what happens? So you can actually see the ball is being compressed. So when the ball cools down, particles slow down and come closer together, making it smaller so it can pass through. So this is a very good model use transfer, right? So the main process is here. Temperature after heating, after cooling down, right? It's very related to the topic as well. So if you want to replace, so that's the thing, guys. If you are looking for a lesson, if you think AI selected a hot air balloon, a hot air balloon also does speak about the topic because how the balloon expands the heating and whatnot. But this is a better model. So you can change your model accordingly. Now let's take a look at the knowledge portals. Yes, Madam Chandni. Yeah, so there was a message from Madam Chandni that it's good for labs showing experiments. Absolutely, right? So if you science lab, those for science lab faculties or design and technology, right? For example, you want to show how to use a welding machine, or in this case, the machinery like this, to describe how by heating transfer. Like you don't now have to necessarily take 50 or 60 students to the actual lab to do this testing. Be easily shown over a lesson. And students are not just going to see the animation and motion here. The most important part will also be the knowledge transfer, right? Because we need to show both theory and practical aspect of education to our students, right? So this is the theory part. So they learn about, okay, a balloon fitted over a bottle skull creates a fuse system to observe image. So what's a balloon and bottle setup when it comes to testing, observing air expansion and heating, right? Then there's a video reference here. Okay. Now, as you know, not all I did was to upload the old NCERT document using our trained AI. feature, but I did not, right? Just one second. And it is nothing got to do with my own. I did not put any prompt in my lesson, right? All I uploaded my document, and as opposed to the lesson which I created on Toyota Engine, in this lesson, they have already generated the videos, the images, text references, safety tools. All right, safety tools are also important, observation and recording. Now, what if I want to make some changes to the AI generated lesson? Just click on any one of the knowledge, example, the gas laws, right? There's a section, there's a subcategory that talks about gas laws. There's a video and there's a text. Just expand it right here, right? And you can see the edit option, right? Select the pencil icon and you can edit. For example, you want to replace the video with a new YouTube video, right? With any of your own videos which are in the local drive, you can upload it here. You can adjust the text, all right? You want to change to what factor, y factor, factor, right? Absolutely possible. So ultimately, whatever the AI has generated is still under your control to regenerate the lesson. Okay, so that has given with that we have shown you an example how to create a lesson. So AI ready is very straightforward. Create course catalog, right? So train AI, we've already seen upload document. AI ready, just input your PDT. Example, you want to put you want to create a lesson on pollination. Okay, and then if you have a learning objective, that would be even better. Directly input under the description here, or alternatively, you can enhance the description. Use the AI option, right? Enhance the description, and thereafter, of course, you are able to refine it as per your preference, right? So pollination is a process through the various plants. You can choose what lesson you want to create. Is it a hard skills lesson or a soft skills lesson? Whether do you want the lesson to be in English, Gujarati, or Tamil, right? Whether you want it to be a one lesson or do you want it to be 5 lessons using the beginner lesson, you can get all the way to advanced lesson. Okay, and then yes, absolutely, Mr. Ganesh. All right, there's a question. Can we add multiple 3D models in the same content? Earlier today, when I was showing you the XR lesson, all right, when you pick one model and create lesson, unfortunately you can't. All right, you can only stick to one lesson. As opposed to this lesson, for example, the lesson which I just showed you, which is what we call a metaverse builder lesson. I'm going into editor mode. Okay, why I call it a metaverse builder? Why we call it a metaverse builder lesson is because it is basically made out of a metaverse environment, right? It's a special avatar environment, right? And immersive activities, assessments. So it's basically a metaverse world that a student will be delving into. Okay, so I'm in editor mode now. So the question is, can I add more than one 3D asset in a lesson like this? Yes, you can. All right. How to do it? Bottom right hand corner of the screen, select the plus icon. Add content. Once you selected add content, right, you see this option called add objects. So select add objects and insert the name of the model you want to add in. For example, I've searched again for heat transfer. Submit. Okay, so okay, maybe this is not a good prompt for this. So I'll just search for hot test. So you can see this Sketchfab is here, all right? So you can upload, you can go into Sketchfab and look for, right, 3D asset. But anyway, all right, so I don't want to take too much of time looking for another model. But to just give you the idea, yes, right? How to do it? Bottom right plus icon in editor mode. The first very option you see here, right? Add objects. Search for the keyword of the additional asset that you want to bring in, right? For example, I search for hot air. I'm probably going to see a hot air balloon, right? Select next. So once you select next, place it somewhere into the lesson page here, right? Just accordingly, and you'll be able to see new model which you're bringing, right? So this is the model which you're bringing. Models can be bring in unlimited, right? You can add as many, you can fill up this entire environment as many models you want. What will be the downside of it is that the student is going to start the lesson, will take some time right, for the lesson to be loaded. Okay, that's about it. And then we have another question. Can we generate models? Okay, our platform is not a platform to generate 3D models, right? So if you want to create 3D models, if you want to create your own 3D models, you need some very popular softwares like Blender. Blender is a very popular software to create 3D models. Now, can I just import my own model? Maybe I already have my own 3D model. Can I import my own 3D model? Yes, you can. In the top right-hand corner of your screen on your portal, you see this waffle icon. Click on the waffle icon and select import 3D asset. Okay, so import 3D assets. So this may not be something familiar to everyone. Okay? So for some of us, we are not even familiar with 3D assets, so it's fine. You may have some friends who are good with 3D models. Then, if you have the file, you can upload it here. Just keep a lookout on the maximum file size and the checklist here, like accepted formats, right? Accepted formats. We accept quite a wide range of formats here. Okay, Autodesk, FBX, GLB, GLTF, FDS, right? So there's a lot of formats that we support. Right? Now, what if the model which I'm looking for example, I have a very specific 3D model of maybe of a human anatomy that I'm looking for. Like I couldn't find it in EON XR library. I couldn't find it in Sketchfab library as well. So what do I do, right? Am I able to find from any other 3D from any other online websites? Yes, you can. So just give me a second. I'm trying to pull out a document to. It's just basically a suggested. Okay, 1 second, and I should. Okay, I can't seem to find it now, but I do have. Okay, just so that you can take a screenshot. One, two. There we go. All right. So these are some suggested online repositories where you will be able to find for 3D assets, right? So apart from just Sketchfab, uh, you know, your Excel library, if you need, right, 3D assets, you can look from any of these websites here. So some of the popular ones would be TurboSquid, CG Trader. Personally, I like TurboSquid. TurboSquid is really good. A lot of 3D models, yeah, so you can take a screenshot or take a picture. These are just some suggested site, right? It's just my personal preference, right? Nothing got to do with EON. What you can do is, you, for example, you go to any one of these website, you look for a 3D model, you like it, then what you got to do is just download the file from the respective website, come back to EON, upload it, and you can start creating this model. Okay. Uh, okay, you did not find the plus button. That is probably because, right, we are not in editor mode. So what we have to do is, right, go back to the lesson landing page here. Within my workspace, close the lesson first, right? And this is also good for online. So in any case, you're wondering why I can't find the plus button to add my lesson. Maybe because we went into start experience. Start experience is learner mode. At the top left, you see edit experience, right? You click on edit experience on the top left. All right. Once you go into edit experience mode, that way you will be able to edit the lesson. You will see the plus icon. You will be able to. Okay. Yeah. So let me see. Any questions from online this one? Okay. So one more question we got was, can I customize my avatars? Yes, we can. All right. Profile icon, profile settings, 3D avatars, right? So 3D avatars. And from here, you'll be able to also customize your avatars accordingly. Sorry? You can. Oh, yeah. No, you see, once you now you see, I have a number of avatars here with me, which I've created. Okay. Yes. So plus icon. Okay. So go to profile settings, top right. Go to your profile icon first, right? And let's go to profile settings. Okay. And then 3D avatars. Now, once you select 3D avatars, you will see this blend icon here. Okay, scroll down. On the left, you see the blend profile icon. Click on it. Right, you can start customizing your avatar. Once you've customized your avatar, click on any of the avatar whom you would like to see as your AI assistant. For example, this Indian lady who wears like sari, select as AI assistant. Okay, and you can choose the avatar's language and voice output. Oh, once you have already created an avatar, whether can you touch up the same avatar? Oh, unfortunately, you can. Yeah, to recreate from scratch a new avatar. So the question was, okay, I've created someone here who looks like a doctor. Can I just now I want to change his outfit? Just his no, you can't. Back to creating your own avatar.
think he's getting ready. They are maybe the yeah.
Okay, sure. So that okay. For those who are online as well, let's take a 10 minutes break. All right. So we have uh I mean, I wish I could share some virtual coffee with you, right? But happy would love to join you someday for coffee. So let's take 10 minutes break. Come back after a short tea session. All right. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, just feel free to post in the chat box, and I'll be happy to address them. Thank you.
Then because
Okay. So 10 minutes sharp. So that will be 3:42, right? Because we have a hard stop at 4, right? So let's see 3:42. Let's back. Show you one more feature, and then we will Okay, hi, welcome back. Yep, unmuted.
Sir, good afternoon.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, sir, I was trying to create lessons, but when I try to edit, it is editing in EON XR mode. That's fine. So, like, when I have created two lessons, I have published that also, but it is showing images only in the scene, like I have created washing machine working. So, it has shown me the area where washing type environment is there. But there are images, more images are there, and the area is basically covered with images. So I want to
Okay,
make a presentable XR mode. So kindly help in that also. Thank you, sir.
yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. You're most welcome. Yeah. So very good question. So ma'am have a challenge when she created a lesson, right? The AI apparently generated 2D images as references in the lesson. Those were the assets, not 3D assets. That could okay, I'm just guessing that that could possibly be because when we started off creating the lesson, remember there was a dialog box which prompted us to link our Sketchfab account, right? We might have skipped it. That is why the AI wasn't able to pull a 3D model from Sketchfab library. Now, what you can do is try to recreate a lesson, go to create mode, maybe AI ready or train AI. But let's test out with AI ready first. At any point of time, you get the message to link your Sketchfab account, right? Do not skip that process, but remember to link your Sketchfab account. Now, when you select link to my Sketchfab account, you will be directed to an external site. Do sign up as a free user, right? On your Sketchfab account. It's free anyway, not to worry. You don't have to make any payment because once you've linked your account, Eon Reality will take control on the asset that is going to pick for your lesson. Okay. What if I've already created some lessons, right? I've already created one specific lesson, and then how am I going to uh, edit the 2D hero image into a 3D model? It is possible, right? So now what we do is go to the specific lesson which you have created. Okay. Now right below the images, if you click on the images, but for that you must be editor mode, huh? Right? So remember, top left, edit experience mode. Okay. You will see an option, a pencil option will appear. All right below the asset. If it's an even image, okay, okay, I'm already in a lesson, right? So this is an existing lesson. This is in edit mode. Okay, for example, what you're seeing is just a 2D hero image like this or like this, right? Now, what you can do is click on the hero image. Right below the hero image, there'll be a pencil icon. Click on the pencil icon. Okay, then now instead of images, okay, first change the name of the title here. Okay, maybe to a different, maybe a specific model they're looking for. For example, I just uh, search for balloon, right? I'll keep it very simple. Balloon will enter, right? So go back to XR library. Click on XR library. At this page, you will be able to see now the list of 3D assets which will be generated. Okay, now click on any of the 3D model that you want to see. For example, here I'm going to select an oxygen tank. Click on next, and you will see a message. The currently selected asset will soon be replaced with the new asset. Okay, so this is what you can do in editor mode. So I hope that answers your question, Madam Chandani. Yeah.
Yes, sir. But sir,
Okay,
Sketchfab accounts, we need Sketchfab account also.
that's correct. Yeah. So just sign up as a free user in Sketchfab account, and then later you can link your EON XR with your Sketchfab account.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Okay. Meanwhile, allow me to address some questions here. So first question is, all models can be launched in VR? Yes, that's absolutely right. Okay. So earlier on, we have seen the lessons on laptop, which is desktop mode, and then also on mobile devices, which was in AR mode, reality. Now, can these lessons be launched in VR mode? VR mode requires a hardware, which is VR device. One very popular device in Oculus Quest, Oculus Quest 2, 3 Pro, or HTC Vive, the Pico headsets. Yes, right. These lessons can be also viewed in virtual reality, right? In VR mode. Yes. So to answer your question, Madam Chandini, yes, you can launch in VR. Okay. Is it possible to transform our own picture into a 3D avatar? Yes, it's in the pipeline. Okay, we don't have it as a product yet. It's still in the pipeline, and you can keep a lookout for our version update in the next coming 1 or 2 months. You will be able to see a feature in where you can actually clone yourself, clone your picture, your self image into a virtual avatar. So that way, it becomes much more interactive, right, for students. They get a realistic experience as if they are learning a lesson through the virtual assistant will be the teacher. Okay. Um, So is it possible for okay, 2 lessons created? Okay, 2 lessons created in Tamil. Great experience. You are great. Thanks. Okay, thank you so much, Manohar sir. Yep, really humbled for your kind words. Please train. Okay, and then we also have Amit Mehta who has shared his experience that this train AI to create lessons on live process for grade 10. Even as the science is vastly available for AI. Right? So yes, use NCERT textbooks. That will be the best form since there's so much of textbooks and content on site. So you can look for that. And okay, for yes, about what about subjects like computer or science, right? You still can use the platform to create lessons because you see, ultimately the platform is meant for textbook to XR. Now, when I talk about mathematics, for example, I want to create a lesson on how to multiply or how to subtract. Now, that's my basic lesson one, right? But and talk about multiplying and subtracting and stuff like that. Do we need 3D assets? Well, not necessarily, right? You don't really need immersive assets, but can the platform still be used for such purposes? Yes, you can. Because on top of just the 3D asset, what we are looking at is the knowledge construction, the knowledge patterns that the AI is filling up. So how do we create such lessons? Go back to create, course catalog, AI ready, type your lesson here. For example, mathematics for primary one. Enhance your description. Okay. So once you have enhanced the description, you will see what this lesson is going to consist of. But this is where subject matter expert, the respective form teacher, the relevant class, should right identify whether do they want to stick to this prompt or would they want to refine it, and then they can start creating the lesson. So that way, in that specific lesson, the avatar will be narrating the lesson about mathematics. Yeah.
15वां पार्ट 15वां
Okay, so any other questions from anyone? Or from our participants here who are with us in person, if you have any questions, just to let us know. Yeah. Uh, yes, of course. You see, whether do you want to use these lessons as like a presentation, or whether is it going to be a pre-class, in-class, or post-class activity, you leave it to the pedagogical experts on how you all want to advise your team or for yourself. You know how you want to carry out. Like I said, in my experience, some of our universities they use these as a pre-class activity, so students first get a hands-on of the 3D asset in the lesson before they go to the actual lab. So it really depends how you want to do the lesson because once these lessons are created, they're distributed to participants. All right, they will um, they will have the access to the lessons and they will be able to explore it. So what you can also do is instead of distributing the lessons pre-class, all right, during class you can present it while like what we are doing now. All right, I play the lesson and I am showing my students how a specific engine model looks like, or maybe a CNC milling machine, how that machine looks like. All right, so these are things which you will have to plan your what you call that they call that the design learning, right? The learning design of how you want to deliver lessons to the students. So this is something that we leave it to the subject matter experts to decide. While yes, you are a subscribed customer, yes, whatever features that you see in the platform is made available for all of our clients here. At the moment, you will have this for because we are right now in the POC period, so for 1 month validity, okay, 1 month validity to access the platform and experiment. Okay, and yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you have created a lesson using AI reading and computer science, pretty good. Little editing by teacher will make it better. Absolutely. Yeah, so Professor Amit have so shared some feedback on the chat, and I think it's really beneficial for all to know that while it's good to use the AI to do things, but it's very bad. Just like how we use ChatGPT, there's always a disclaimer, right? Double check your responses because AI can make mistakes. So it's very important the human intervention of the experts through lesson. Okay, so on my part, I'm quite done. All right, I have covered all the important parts that we should. Right? Yes, Madam Chandini, we can make our lessons public so that everyone can see. Yes, you have the permission to publish the lessons, right? So if you can see, there's a lot of lessons here. You have shared also washing machine, watering, and then we have nutrition in living organism. So we have like a very diverse range of faculty members here, right? Some who focuses on, for example, and some who are from the home school, some was experimenting on different topics. Right? Feel free to publish on the home library here. So you have all the access here, right? You can create as many lessons as you want. Some, Professor Ganesh has done a lesson on human lungs anatomy, right? Advanced kanji recognition and usage. So continue to share more of your lessons. Some have even done on music and arts in cultural expression. I think that's interesting. I would like to take a look at the lesson as well later. Yeah. So, your team, your colleagues can work with each other, uh, understand how different lessons look like. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. Okay. So with that, all right. For now, I hand it over back to Mr. Lalit, right, Chairman of EON Reality India. We will have good chat. So, if any questions, just let me know, all right, and I'll be also address them at the same time. Yeah. Your own lesson, if you want to delete, or just go to my workspace here. If you want to delete your lessons, right, or if you want to, let's say, hide or delete, then you can just click on the specific lesson. Sorry. Okay, just select the three dots, delete or hide from library, all right? So this is something that we need to use.
So once it is deleted, it will be deleted forever.
No, it will go into your archive actually. It won't be deleted forever. Uh, no, no, no. I mean, if you don't need me to restore the lessons, then I will have access to restore it. But otherwise, it will be. Yeah, you can also do it if you want to. Yeah, but there are some permissions given to certain roles. So every institution comes with different roles. Like for an example, now let's take a look. Um, that's correct. Yeah. Not public as in outsiders, only NCRT users. Yeah. Okay. So you see under the roles here, you can see within NCRT we have teacher, student, admin. Every role comes with different set of permissions. Yeah. So for example, if teacher have deleted, they might not be able to reach. Then by admin, they might be. For now, we're given admin rights to all the users, so you can to access your deleted lesson. Yeah. Okay. I'll also keep an eye here around. See. So, well, good afternoon. Maybe it's time to inching towards the closure. Not yet. We still have some time to reflect on, but more importantly, then come back. So, and also plan out what we do next. First part, let me say it out very uh, simple way that thank you. I think it has been a long 2 day sessions for many of you. For responsibilities and job, we've taken time to understand this technology, and hope I hope this technology you have a good appreciation of, and more so, maybe tool is so good.
that in 2 days and so many buttons and icons, etc. So you will only get comfortable to start. Maybe, but I think you have been briefed on important part so that you can get started, start creating content. So, and Ali and I'll talk more about that as a final wrap up in terms of sections. But before that, I just want to reflect on a little bit of my experience and what worldwide experience. You know, EON is by far the leader in this platform, and is being used by millions of subscribers around the world. And I'll say something which may confuse sometimes people, and it does. If somebody says, "Oh, I saw a very good course on a human anatomy, and it's so beautiful," yeah, by company XYZ, and there are some startups who are into that, and I would say yes, they do create, but every time for every topic, every lesson, different domain, says physics or a chemistry or a biology, they have to go back to do the coding, and that's the problem. It does not have flexibility to change. On the other hand, beyond reality, you have to view it as a tool and a framework which gives you that tool and framework and for you to create the content. Of course, creating that content provides you with various objects like 3D libraries and ready-made snippets of courses, etc., that you can use of. And the global experience, global courses that have created and have access to marketplace. So you can use all those components and very quickly build lessons, and you can keep editing those lessons, change the lessons, and that's where the differentiation you have to look at. That you can create a course and you can change it, you can change it. So so that's one part. But before I go into that in terms of what our plans are, let me somebody said, okay, can I use EON to teach science? Yes, can I use EON to teach physics, maths, biology, or language? And answer is yes. And there are generally the textbooks. But you realize something that in any school, even though multiple teachers are teaching various topics, but you remember, or some teachers get remembered more. Because, that was, and for years they remembered. He was one of the best teachers in physics or maths or whatever. And I would like to say that same books they have, all the teachers are using, but they add lot more. Maybe they add old style extended reality. And also they're caring because they can understand each student, understand their weakness, and they pay attention. So that's what makes them that get remembered. Now, what does EON do is help you create those books, not only create those books better and transform that knowledge. So I would say opportunity from NCERT, all its books it publishes. Our vision is to transform. Of course, the knowledge is of NCERT, which is a big portion of knowledge which our people in India have created. Right? How can we convert that knowledge with EON platform, transform without losing any of that knowledge? So, as you saw, Train AI can be used to literally feed those books, creating this. So, we are not going to throw anything away. Have that knowledge of years and years and years in various forms, ebook, some videos, and use various programs you have. Leverage all that and get it to a platform, make it transformative learning path. So that's what allows this tool to do. And I think with this 2 days of training and more we will talk about, but beyond this point, we would want you to come together for next many days. This Tarek says 1 month, but whatever period we would like to think that with the focus, let's try to get most out in next few days. And while the license will continue, but since we would be in a position to review in person here as well as people so that we can achieve a lot more. And then along the process, call it a gating process that, okay, how are we doing? What have you done? What help you need? And impromptu more training, we will do that. The idea is to get you on this path very, very quickly and so that you can experience and able. So that's I would say the request or the ask as a result of this class, and not just our ask, but Professor Mehra and directors have asked us to get you involved so that it's your input, your feedback, your experience that matters. And I'm sure many of you have already communicated that this is a opportunity to transform. So that's the plan. So what we will do is very first I will ask you to part of the process or part of ask by both NCERT and our management to get your feedback. And let's take to get that feedback. Andy and I will share a little bit about how we're going to run this so that we can have some people in here and others who have attended this training online, all of you can work together as a team. So maybe we'll do that after you have entered this, and then we could possibly come together for a few minutes to form some kind of a team structure to take it forward. So why don't we give this 5 minutes break while they can fill out this form? So how do they do that? Great.
Yeah, so you can just scan the QR code, right? So it's just a Google feedback form, and you can submit. Okay, yep, I can also share the link. To you just
Okay. Yeah, it'll be hard.
okay, got it, got it. Okay, so I've also shared the link on the chat box and also the QR code. So you can take about 5 to 7 minutes to just.
Yeah, we might get some feedback. You have completed the form, all of you, so that we can very quick. 5 minutes is enough.
Yeah, so for those who are joining us online, you can just maybe put a thumbs up in the chat box, right? Or just say that you have completed.
Let's take 5 minutes to do that, and we'll plan how do we and who all you are maybe interested in participating in this POC. I think we can start now.
Yeah.
Um, on. Well, once again, let's look at this list. See that this is the from a next action point of view. We like to get you to start content in the. I think there are about how many categories?
15.
15 categories, and depending upon which category you belong to in terms of your subject matter expertise, and if you find that it is not there, then feel free to add a category. We will do that. Okay.
Maybe they can.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you find that this category does not exist, you can send a message to, or is there a way by which they can create or ask Abhinav on the.
Okay. Communication.
Yeah, which whoever the method is that you create, we should be able to create. Is there a way where they can add miscellaneous? Then we can.
Yeah. So for now, maybe we'll put a miscellaneous category. So if you don't find your preferred category, just put it under miscellaneous for now. Yeah.
And then you start doing it right immediately, because while you have used the tool, your retention is better now, and then we will be continuously monitoring, but we will take the days next week to review maybe in a session like that. And also, if certain content, etc., created which requires one-on-one discussion, we'll do that, because there may be you know, many of you create different in that category, different people, and we will know who you are. Author name will be there. So Ali would be, and Abhinav and Aaron, all of us would be in a position to discuss that with you individually as well as group way. So I would say that moving forward, our plan is to do a review, a good review, sometime midweek, right after discussing with Professor Rao. Stick. And then beyond that, we will continue, as Ladi said, for a month. But we like to see a lot more, because we have a management review plan in, I think, around 28, not 10, before 18. If we can get lot more data and lot many reviews done before that, that will also give us a good idea of your understanding of the tool, your perspective, and how you are going about. And then within that review, we will take further input from you, uh, both qualitative and quantitative, so that you can give us also your feedback, and also things which you like, what problem, all those extra areas, and then channel it with Jan, who some of you got to listen to. So, is there anything else, Ali, you want to convey?
Yeah, I think it was really a tremendous 2 day session with everyone here. I tried my best to share as much as important, essential pointers of the platform. And on your part, you have also you have a lot to digest. I know that it was quite a bit of stuff you have learned these 2 days. So continue exploring. All right, Lalit and I will be traveling tomorrow. We'll be back next week. So if time permits, we will be happy to visit you again to catch up. Otherwise, Delhi is like my second home. I'm coming here like 3 2 monthly, so we can always catch up next time in person. We'll catch up online as well, right? So let's stay in touch. Yeah, we'll share my email address as well. So in any case, if you want to reach out to me directly, just feel free to write into me via email, and then I will be able to address any questions that you may have. So with that, of course, we do apologize for any shortcomings. I hope you enjoyed the session. So thank you very much for joining us virtually and also in person. Thank you.
And my final request, message, whatever way you look at it, I would say you are the subject matter experts. This room and the people in this session are the knowledge. Okay. Now we are technology people. If we can assist you and fuse this technology with you and your knowledge, I think it can be a big, big, big contribution to the community at large and students in particular. I think I would call you all because this is one of in fact, the first one where we are addressing so many school teachers in the country. I would say you are the change agent. So let's together go and make this change. Thank you.